Chapter 1929. After the white-haired elder finished speaking, before Qin Feiyang could say anything, Guo and Qi Yuan sneered. Qi Yuan is right. Not only does our Guo family have dozens of war gods, but we also have a perfected war god. You better think carefully about what you should and shouldn't care about. Once they thought about their backing, the two of them became tough again. Sir, you should leave. The Guo family has swallowed the Gao family and is even more powerful than before. Don't get yourself into trouble. Qi Yuan advised earnestly. If I leave now, what will you do? Continue to self-destruct. And the villagers below, if you really self-destruct and die together with these two, Guo Zixiong will not let them go. By then, the fate of your clansmen will be even more miserable. Qin Feiyang said. Qi Yuan's expression froze. He really hadn't thought about this. So, let me do it. When Guo Zixiong comes to investigate, you can just say that I killed them. Guo Zixiong will not make things difficult for you and your clansmen. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-haired elder hurriedly said, Sir, I can't let you take the blame. My conscience can't bear it. Conscience, Qin Feiyang muttered. In today's world, there were not many people with a conscience. This person was worthy of admiration. Qin Feiyang looked at Guo and Qi Yuan and smiled. So what if you're a perfected war god? His tone was light and his expression was calm. He did not take it to heart at all. Fire Lotus had already told him that this old patriarch was Guo Zixiong's father. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the white-haired elder was stunned. So what if you're a perfected war god? How could you say such disdainful words? Could it be that this young man is also a perfected war god and is even stronger than the old patriarch of the Guo family? Guo and Qi Yuan's expressions froze. It seemed that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. The two of them scanned their surroundings, looking for a way out. Stop looking, you have no way out. Fire Lotus took a step forward and appeared behind the two of them. The power of the dead rolled out and directly wiped out their souls. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Fire Lotus helplessly and said, Oh my God, why are you in such a hurry to kill them? Didn't you want to kill them? I'm just doing it on your behalf. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Of course I have to kill them, but I want to read their memories first to see what kind of person Guo Zixiong is. Qin Feiyang sighed. Fire Lotus was stunned and said unhappily, Why didn't you say so earlier? Alright, it's my fault. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He glanced at the two fallen Guo and said, However, these two probably don't know much. He really killed him. However, the white-haired old man and the villagers below all looked at Guo and Guo corpses in shock. They originally thought that Qin Feiyang and Guo were just scaring Guo and Guo. But they didn't expect that. In the end, they killed them without any hesitation. Who exactly were this man and woman? They weren't even afraid of the Guo family. Bang! Guo and Guo corpses fell to the ground below. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the two. After searching their bodies for a while, he took out two Jianghu bags. Huolian also landed beside him in a single step. The white-haired old man also hurriedly flew towards the two. Qin Feiyang checked the two Jianghu bags and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Not bad. There should be more than 10,000 soul stones in Guo Jianghu bag. I didn't expect this either. There are more than 500 villages under the Guo family's rule. One village has 50 soul stones. More than 500 villages have more than 20,000 soul stones. And here, there are only more than 10,000 soul stones. This means that they haven't finished collecting them. The white-haired old man said. Every year, they can reap more than 20,000 soul stones without any effort. The Guo family is indeed the embodiment of the law of the jungle. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. In addition to the 10,000 soul stones, there were more than 200 divine gems and 2 teleportation altars in the 2 Jianghu bags. In addition, there were some pills. However, they were only pills with 2 or 3 elixir veins. They weren't very valuable. Qin Feiyang took out a divine gem and looked at it with a frown. What's wrong? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Look, The two false divinities only added up to a little over 200 deity crystals. It seems that 1,000 divine gems is indeed a big fortune in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang thought. There must be a lot of divine gems in the Guo family's treasure vault. You might as well marry Guo Zixiong's daughter. Then, you'll get a lot of wealth without any effort. Fire Lotus snickered. Am I the kind of person who would reap without any effort? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her. Fire Lotus nodded seriously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. But you did remind me. If the marriage contract is fake, then I'll have to take a look at the Guo family's treasure vault. See, you still want to reap without any effort. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes. How is this the same? Qin Feiyang helplessly took out 1,000 soul stones and smiled at the white-haired old man. These 1,000 soul stones should be enough for you to become a warlord. Take them. The white-haired old man looked at the soul stones and waved his hand. I don't dare to take these soul stones. Sir has already helped us a lot. If I take these soul stones, am I still human? Just take them. When you become stronger, take good care of your family. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the 2 Jianghu bags to the castle. Then he left with Fire Lotus. The white-haired old man looked at the 1,000 soul stones in front of him. He was so emotional that tears flowed down his face. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other man, and shouted, Sirs, can you tell me your names? Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Thank you, young Master Qin. The white-haired old man bowed deeply at the backs of the 2. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Dage, you're so kind. I thought you were going to take all the soul stones. This Qi Yuan has a good heart. It's okay to give him some soul stones. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. Then, are we still going to the Gao family? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can still meet Guo Zixiong in the Gao family. After saying that, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation altar. The 2 walked up one after another. So, they landed in the sky above a plain. The plain was about a dozen miles wide, but there were big and small pits everywhere. These were the traces left behind by the battle. In the middle of the plain, there was a city. The city was not big. It covered an area of about a few miles. Like the plain, it was also broken and filled with a tragic aura. And there were many corpses and blood on the ground. And in the city, Qin Feiyang could also sense the aura of dozens of false gods. They were cleaning the battlefield. Needless to say, these faux divinities were from the Guo family. Because Guo Cheng had said before that except for the 2 people named Gao Guofang and Gao Xiaowei, everyone in the Gao family had been slaughtered by the Guo family. The Guo family is really ruthless. Looking at the devastated city, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Even mortals have disputes, let alone cultivators. Things like this are basically happening all the time. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. The path of cultivation was crueler than anything else. Qin Feiyang did not release his spirit sense. He used his perception to sense the aura in the city. After a while, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, I can't sense the aura of Guo Zixiong and Guo De, but there is the aura of a war god in the city. And this aura isn't weak. I can sense it too. It seems to be a low-level war god. Fire Lotus whispered. The 2 of them were about to fly into the city. But suddenly, in the sky above the plain opposite the city, a black-clothed man flew through the air like lightning and landed in the sky above the city. He shouted, Miss, I found the whereabouts of Gao Guofang and Gao Xiaowei. So, at that moment, a figure flew up into the sky. It was a red-haired woman. She was also wearing a fiery red dress. She was about 1.78 meters tall and had an excellent figure. Her facial features were also quite exquisite. From afar, she looked like a fairy standing in flames. However, her expression was somewhat cold, giving off a cold feeling that kept people thousands of miles away. Where? The woman looked at the black-clothed man, her eyes flashing with a cold light, and asked. The black-clothed man said, They are hiding in the Scarlet Flame Valley and are healing their injuries. Take me there immediately. The woman said. The black-clothed man respectfully replied, turned around, and flew in the direction he came from. The woman took a step forward, but suddenly seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the other person. But there was nothing in the void. "Miss, what's wrong?" The black-clothed man looked at the woman in confusion. "Nothing?" The woman shook her head and suspiciously glanced at the void. Then, she turned around and followed the black-clothed man. In the void, Fire Lotus looked at the woman's back, then turned her head to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Why did you use the invisibility technique?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm thinking that woman might be Guizixiong's daughter." "Guizixiong's daughter?" Fire Lotus was a bit surprised. Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully, "Didn't you go to the Gua family? Why don't you know what she looks like?" "I did go to the Gua family, but I didn't see Guizixiong's daughter." "If that woman is really Guizixiong's daughter, then you're really lucky." Fire Lotus mocked. "Lucky?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did she mean? Think about it. His daughter is so young, but she broke through to the low-level war god realm. It shows how terrifying her talent is. Facing such a beautiful girl, even if the marriage contract was forged by the Gua family, I'll still marry her. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead as he speechlessly said, "Then go ahead and marry her. I absolutely won't stop you." "Then I'm curious. If you don't plan to marry her, then why are you avoiding her?" Fire Lotus said, "I just want to see if she's really Guizixiong's daughter or not. If she is, then she must know about the marriage contract. If the marriage contract is fake, then I'll just show up. She won't tell the truth." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Fire Lotus suddenly smiled and teased, "I thought you were shy because you met your future wife. You really know how to talk nonsense." Qin Feiyang looked at her helplessly. He waved his hand and rolled up Fire Lotus. Then, he used the Xing technique and chased after the woman and the black-clothed man. Literature Center. Chapter 1930. The Xing character formula is a heaven-defying formula. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang took the Fire Lotus and caught up with the red-clothed woman and the black-clothed man. Then, he followed them. The red-clothed woman and the black-clothed man didn't notice him at all. About 500 to 600 breaths passed. A huge valley came into sight. Around the valley, waves of fire rolled and black smoke curled up. There were no plants within a radius of dozens of miles. Crimson lava flowed and waves of heat surged, turning this place into a huge furnace. The lava came from the valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a crater with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Occasionally, lava would spurt out. "Miss, they are in a cave on the left side of the crater." The black-clothed man pointed and said in a low voice. The two of them also concealed their presence. The red-clothed woman looked at the direction the black-clothed man pointed, but didn't see the so-called cave. She asked, "Are you sure where they are?" The black-clothed man said, "I'm sure. I also saw Gao Shall we use lava to seal the entrance with my own eyes." "That's good. Back off." The red-clothed woman waved her hand. Her eyes were filled with coldness. The black-clothed man said, "Miss, be careful." "I'm fine." Although Gao Guofang is a perfect war god, his soul was damaged when he fought grandfather last night. His vitality was greatly damaged. If he had a life pill, he would have recovered by now. Unfortunately, both his and Gao Shaohui's universe rings were destroyed last night. So the current Gao Guofang is nothing to worry about. As for Gao Shaohui, although she isn't injured, she is just a beginner war god. I can kill her with a wave of my hand. The red-clothed woman said with contempt. Perfect war god. Qin Feiyang thought. So the Gao family also has a perfect war god. No wonder the three young men he met not long ago said that the Gao family and the Gua family were equal in strength. "Miss is mighty," the black-clothed man said flatteringly and then retreated silently. "Gao Guofang, Gao Shaohui," the red-clothed woman muttered. She stepped out and landed on top of the crater. She looked down coldly and said, "Gao Shaohui, come out." But after a while, no other sound could be heard. "Looks like you'll only come out if I do it." The woman in red raised her slender finger, and a surge of divine energy suddenly surged out. It turned into a wave of fire that blasted into the valley below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the valley instantly split apart and collapsed crazily. The surging magma was like a fountain as it gushed out from the ground. Black smoke enveloped the entire area. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "Let's back off a little." Fire Lotus nodded. The two of them retreated 50 to 60 miles and stood in the void, watching from afar. To a mortal, it would take several hours to cover a distance of 50 to 60 kilometers even if they ran nonstop. However, to Qin Feiyang and Huolian, it was nothing. They could teleport away. Furthermore, with their current eyesight, they could see everything clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. Just as the two of them retreated, two figures suddenly rushed out of the black smoke. It was an old man and a young woman. Although the old man was old, he had a ruddy complexion and white hair, and his body was quite strong. And the young woman was about the same as the woman in red. Her appearance was also quite good. She was more than 1.7 meters tall and was extremely slender. Her jet black hair was tied together, making her look full of heroic spirit. Her skin was also very soft. However, the old man and the young woman were in a sorry state at the moment. Especially the old man, his body was covered in blood, his eyes were dim and lifeless, and there was a sense of weakness between his eyebrows that couldn't be dissolved. After the two of them appeared, they didn't bother with the woman in red. They didn't even say a word and directly teleported away. However, there was a trace of fear on their faces. "Gao Guofeng, you're a perfect war god. Facing a junior like me, you actually ran away without fighting. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" The woman in red said mockingly. She took a step forward and her speed instantly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Gao Guofeng and Gao Guofeng. The two of them braked and stopped in the void. Gao Shui immediately glared at the woman in red and shouted, "Guosweki, don't go too far." "Guosweki," Qin Feiyang mumbled. So that was the name of the woman in red. Guosweki looked at Gao Shui expressionlessly and then shifted her gaze to Gao Guofeng. After observing carefully for a while, she said, "As I expected, your divine soul hasn't been repaired. Even if it hasn't been repaired, it's not something that a little kid like you can block." Gao Guofeng shouted furiously, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. His divine power was like a tide that carried a terrifying aura as it rushed toward Guosweki. Guosweki's eyes flickered. She seemed to be hesitating whether to fight head-on. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand and a flame-like divine power appeared. It roared in the sky and collided with Gao Guofeng's divine power. Boom! A loud explosion that shook the skies suddenly exploded. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions. The land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was razed to the ground. Dust and smoke covered the sky. Qin Feiyang also went to the Black Tortoise world with the Fire Lotus. This was because once they were affected by the fluctuations of battle, the concealment technique would disappear. However, it was different in the Black Tortoise world. No matter how Guosweki and the other two fought, even if they self-destructed, it wouldn't affect them. Outside, when the dust settled, Guosweki was pushed back dozens of miles. Her face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The skin on her arm was also cracked. Blood dripped down from her fingertips. However, Guosweki ignored this injury and stared at Gao Guofeng, who was standing in the void opposite her. Gao Guofeng stood firmly in the void and didn't even move a step. He didn't look any different from when he first appeared. The aura exuding from his body was extremely terrifying. How is this possible? Last night, I saw with my own eyes that his divine soul was damaged and he could only use the strength of a beginner god of war. But now he actually pushed me back. Could it be? His divine soul has been repaired. Guosweki muttered to herself and looked at Gao Guofeng with a face full of shock. Gao Xiaohui glanced at Guosweki and ran to Gao Guofeng's side and asked, "Grandpa, are you okay?" Gao Guofeng waved his hand and said with a hoarse smile, "Don't worry, Grandpa is fine." Guosweki raised her eyebrows and said, "Your Qian Kuan ring was destroyed and you didn't have the life elixir. How could you repair your divine soul so quickly? Little girl, you are still too young. Although the Qian Kuan ring was destroyed, the life elixir is such an important elixir. I will definitely store it elsewhere. Gao Guofeng sneered. Damn it. Guosweki cursed in her heart. If Gao Guofeng's divine soul hadn't been repaired, she wouldn't be afraid at all. However, once Gao Guofeng's divine soul was repaired, it would be easy for him to kill her with his cultivation as a perfect god of war. Immediately, she had the thought of retreating. But suddenly, she looked Gao Guofeng up and down again. Something was wrong. If Gao Guofeng's divine soul had really been repaired, why did he take Gao Xiaowei and run away? Logically speaking, if Gao Guofeng's divine soul had been repaired, given the deep hatred between the two families, he should immediately take the initiative to kill her. Or take her captive and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Guo family. But now, although Gao Guofeng was overbearing, he still had the intention to take the initiative to attack. Suddenly, Guosweki showed a look of realization. Her red lips curled up slightly as she wiped the blood on her hands and said with a smile, "You are indeed an old fox. I almost fell for your trick." Hearing this, a look of panic flashed across Gao Guofeng's face. Obviously, his divine soul hadn't been repaired. However, on the surface, his expression didn't change. He put his hands behind his back and pretended to be calm as he looked at Guosweki and asked, "What do you mean? If your divine soul has been repaired, why are you still standing there and not doing anything? If I am not wrong, your situation is worse than mine in the confrontation just now. Stop pretending. Your divine soul hasn't been repaired at all." Guosweki sneered. The Black Tortoise World. Looking at Guosweki and Gao Guofeng, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "The people in this ancient world are indeed not simple characters." Fire Lotus was stunned. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Qin Dage isn't afraid, is he?" Afraid? Qin Feiyang smiled. In terms of scheming, he really wasn't afraid of anyone. Outside. Hearing Guosweki's words, Gao Guofeng's expression still didn't change. His aura became more and more terrifying. He had to continue pretending, because only by scaring away Guosweki could he and his granddaughter Gao Xiaowei live. However, his weak body didn't allow it. The blood that had been held in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face instantly became pale. His body kept shaking. Even standing seemed to be very difficult. Gao Xiaowei's expression changed. She quickly stretched out her hands and grabbed Gao Guofeng's arm. "Finally, you can't pretend anymore." Guosweki's face was full of ridicule. Gao Guofeng smiled bitterly and turned to look at Gao Xiaowei. He said with a face full of guilt, "I'm sorry. Grandpa is too useless. I can't even protect you." "Grandpa, don't say that. I'm the useless one." Gao Xiaowei shook her head and tears flowed down. "The Gao family only has today's achievements and status because of our ancestors' hard work. But I didn't expect that it would all be destroyed by my hands overnight. Grandpa is the sinner of the Gao family." Gao Guofeng cried out in grief. "Grandpa, cheer up. You still have me." Gao Xiaowei cried out. Then she turned around and protected Gao Guofeng behind her. She said without turning her head, "Grandpa, I will protect you." Looking at his granddaughter in front of him, Gao Guofeng undoubtedly blamed himself. He actually needed his granddaughter to protect him? He was a perfect war god. Where was his face? Gao Guofeng pushed Gao Xiaowei away and roared, "Xiaowei, you are our Gao family's only hope now. You can't die here. Grandpa will hold her back. Run and find your brother. Ask him to avenge us. No one can escape." Guosweki smiled coldly. Chapter 1931. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, a world-destroying sharpness appeared in front of him. Following that, a thin red sword appeared in Guosweki's hand. The thin sword looked like it was made of magma. The fire dragon was engraved on the sword hilt. The Fire Dragon Divine Sword. Looking at the thin sword, Gao Guofeng's face changed. He shouted anxiously, "Don't hesitate. Hurry. I can't leave you behind, grandfather." Gao Xiaowei shook her head. Looking at Gao Guofeng and Guosweki, there was a trace of fear for the Fire Dragon Divine Sword, but more than that, there was a reluctance to leave Gao Guofeng. Clang. The fire dragon divine sword in Guosweki's hand had awakened. The aura was shocking, like a tide, covering the sky and shattering the earth. High-grade divine weapon. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Even the Guo family's patriarch, Guo Zixiong, only has a middle-grade divine weapon, but this girl has a high-grade divine weapon. Looks like Guosweki's status in the Guo family isn't low. Qin Dage, if you really become the Guo family's son-in-law, your future will be limitless. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang heard this and felt helpless. Outside, facing Gao Xiaohui's stubbornness, Gao Guofeng was both touched and anxious. He was touched because of his granddaughter's filial piety. He was anxious because if Gao Xiaohui didn't leave, both of them would die here. All these years, the Guo family and Gao family had been at odds. Because of this, Gao Guofeng knew everyone in the Guo family like the back of his hand. After all, there was a good saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle." He had watched Guosweki grow up, so he knew Guosweki very well. Although she was beautiful, she had a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion. Once he was killed, he would never show mercy to his granddaughter, Gao Xiaohui. Clang. Guosweki looked coldly at the grandfather and granddaughter duo. She shook the fire dragon divine sword in her hand, and thousands of sword chi roared out, forming a huge fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the duo. The appearance of the fire dragon also meant that the power of the fire dragon divine sword had recovered to its peak state. Seeing this, Gao Guofeng immediately pushed Gao Xiaohui away and shouted, "Xiaohui, now is not the time to be sentimental. Let's go, we must find your big brother." Then, like a moth darting into a flame, he pounced towards the fire dragon formed by the sword chi. "Grandpa!" Gao Xiaohui screamed in despair. "Go!" Gao Guofeng roared without turning his head. Tears streamed down Gao Xiaohui's face as she stared at Gao Guofeng's back. Then, she turned around and fled into the depths of the mountain. Guosweki saw it all, but she didn't care about Gao Xiaohui. She took a step forward and charged towards Gao Guofeng with a cold expression. Her black hair danced in the wind and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked like a merciless goddess. "Guosweki, my Gao family has not perished yet. Your Guo family will definitely pay the price for the sins you have committed today." Gao Guofeng roared angrily, and with what little divine power he had left, he blasted towards the fire dragon. After all, he was a perfect war god. Although his divine soul was damaged and he was unable to unleash his peak strength, he was still not to be underestimated. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the fire dragon formed by the sword chi let out a wail and dissipated in the air. But at the same time, Gao Guofeng's body trembled as he spat out blood. His old face was completely drained of blood. Even with his divine soul damaged, he can still display such terrifying strength, as expected of the old patriarch of the Gao family. However, this is probably your last bit of strength. Guosweki was as cold as ice as she landed in front of Gao Guofeng. The fire dragon divine sword shone brightly and slashed forward. Ah! Immediately, Gao Guofeng let out an unwilling scream as his divine body was sliced into two by the fire dragon divine sword. Grandfather, hearing Gao Guofeng's scream, Gao Xiaohui turned around and saw this scene. She was instantly enraged. However, she did not stop and continued to escape with all her might. Strange, Black Tortoise World. Fire Lotus looked at Gao Guofeng's corpse with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. What's strange? Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at her suspiciously. Why didn't Gao Guofeng self-destruct? Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well self-destruct and die together with Guosweki. Fire Lotus said. Because of Gao Xiaohui. Gao Xiaohui hasn't escaped far. If he self-destructs, it will definitely affect Gao Xiaohui. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. Fire Lotus was stunned. She nodded and smiled. Then she asked suspiciously, Qin Dage, aren't you going to help the Gao family? Help the Gao family? Why should I help them? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of the Gao family and the Guo family is naturally our friend. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He helplessly said, although the Guo family's conduct isn't that great, the matter of the marriage contract hasn't been investigated yet. It's still too early to say that the Guo family is our enemy. So, Qin Dage still has some thoughts about the Guo family in his heart? Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. The thoughts. Qin Feiyang was confused. Playing dumb? Of course it's about Guo Sueki. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. He really wanted to ruthlessly knock this woman's head. What was she thinking about all the time? However, as he spent more time with her, he realized that Fire Lotus was quite cute sometimes. Outside, the ground was in pieces. The magma was boiling. It was a scene of devastation. Gao Guofeng's body had already fallen and was swallowed by the red magma. Guo Sueki looked down coldly. Then, she grabbed the fire dragon divine sword and chased after Gao Xiaowei. The black-clothed man standing in the distance also immediately chased after her. Qin Feiyang also controlled the black tortoise realm and silently followed behind Guo Sueki. In front, Gao Xiaowei felt Guo Sueki's aura. Her pale face was filled with panic and fear. Guo Sueki was an initial stage war god. Although she was also a war god, she was only an initial stage war god. Although there was only a difference of one stage, it was like an insurmountable chasm. Whether it was strength or speed, Guo Sueki surpassed her by too much. If this continued, she would not be able to escape. As expected, in less than 100 breaths, Guo Sueki relied on her suppressive speed to block in front of Gao Xiaowei. Gao Xiaowei slammed on the brakes and looked around in panic. Then, she looked at Guo Sueki and said angrily, "Don't go too far." "Go too far?" Guo Sueki sneered. Her eyes were filled with disdain. "Think about it. You've been competing with me in secret all these years. You don't want to lose to me. But in the end, I've always been stronger than you." Gao Xiaowei clenched her fists and said angrily, "Are you humiliating me?" "Humiliating you? The Gao family is already destroyed. You're no longer the young miss of the Gao family. You're not worthy to be my opponent. What's the point of me humiliating you?" Guo Sueki said indifferently. Gao Xiaowei's face was red. She was ashamed and angry. "I just want to tell you something. In this world, there will only be one genius. No matter how hard others work, they're just green leaves." Guo Sueki said. "What an arrogant woman." Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fire Lotus said, "Although she's a bit arrogant, her words are reasonable." Qin Feiyang nodded. Outside, the black-clothed man also caught up and blocked Gao Xiaowei's path. Gao Xiaowei glanced at the black-clothed man, then looked at Guo Sueki and said, "Today, I'm in your hands. You can kill me or torture me. But there's a question that I can't figure out." The black-clothed man sneered, "Young miss, don't talk nonsense with her." Guo Sueki glanced at the confused Gao Xiaowei and waved her hand at the black-clothed man. Then, she looked at Gao Xiaowei and said, "Speak. The strength of our two families has always been on par. But why was my father's army wiped out in the land of the dead?" Gao Xiaowei said. Hearing this, Guo Sueki lowered her head. Her eyes flickered. Seeing that Guo Sueki was silent, the black-clothed man stared at Gao Xiaowei arrogantly and said, "Nonsense. Of course it's because the Guo family is stronger than the Gao family." "Impossible. In this battle in the land of the dead, both our families have the same number of people and divine weapons. Even if the Gao family loses, it's impossible for them to be wiped out." Gao Xiaowei shouted. "Battle?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Originally, he had thought that the Guo and Gao families were fighting over something in the land of the undead, and that was why they were fighting. But he did not expect it to be a battle. Then why did these two great clans want to fight? To fight for territory? That seemed to be the case. Because now, all the villages controlled by the Gao family had been taken over by the Guo family. Guo Sueki was silent for a long time. Then, she looked up at Gao Xiaowei and said coldly, "A loss is a loss. Why are you still asking so many questions?" Gao Xiaowei shouted, "I don't believe that the Guo family has the ability. So, you must have used some despicable means." "How dare you? The Guo family is upright. How can we use despicable means as you think? Gwisweki said angrily. Gao Shaohui said, since you are upright, why are you beating around the bush? I'm not. Gwisweki shook her head. Ha, Gwisweki, I didn't expect there to be something that you can't talk about. It seems that the Gu family's victory is not glorious. Gao Shaohui laughed out loud, his face full of mockery. Hearing this, Gwisweki clenched her fingers and said in a low voice, fine, I'll tell you. The reason why the Gao family was wiped out in the land of the dead was because of one person. Because of one person? Gao Shaohui was stunned. She said angrily, who is so capable? Gwisweki took a deep breath and said, my fiancé. Fiancé? Gao Shaohui's face was full of surprise. She asked, why didn't I know that you have a fiancé? I didn't know before. Grandfather and father only told me about it recently. Gwisweki sighed. Gao Shaohui murmured and smiled sadly, I didn't expect that the Gu family would have such a powerful person. Shut up. I, Gwisweki, don't need to rely on anyone. Even without him, with my talent, I can destroy the Gao family sooner or later. Gwisweki shouted. Literature Center. Chapter 1932. Qin Dage, why do I feel like your fiancé is a disgrace in her eyes? Fire Lotus looked at Gwisweki and asked suspiciously. She's not only an arrogant woman, she's also a very conceited and prideful woman. She doesn't want people to say that the Gu family relied on me to get rid of the Gao family. So, when Gao Shaohui said that the Gu family had hooked up with a powerful person, to her, the word, hooked up, is a disgrace. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So you're saying that she's unhappy that you interfered with the Gu and Gao family in the land of the dead? Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Fire Lotus shook her head. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang, the final outcome would have been unpredictable. Actually, I don't care about any of this. I just want to know if the marriage contract is real or fake. But now it seems that Gwisweki doesn't know either. Qin Feiyang frowned. Outside, Gao Shaohui looked at Gwisweki and said, I have no more questions, please give me a quick death. Gwisweki nodded. The fire dragon divine sword in her hand emitted a destructive aura. However, just as she raised the fire dragon divine sword, just as Gao Shaohui was about to die under the sword, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Gwisweki's arm froze. The fire dragon divine sword stopped in the air and immediately released her divine sense in all directions. At the same time, the black-robed man's expression changed greatly and he also released his divine sense. But the two of them searched tens of thousands of miles and didn't find the aura of a stranger, nor any traces of a spatial divine object. Miss, what's going on? The black-robed man ran in front of Gwisweki and exclaimed. Strange, Gwisweki didn't answer. She looked around at the void, her bright eyes full of suspicion. The Black Tortoise World. A woman suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. It was Gao Shaohui. That was right. The person who saved Gao Shaohui from Gwisweki's sword was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Gao Shaohui also sized up this unfamiliar place with a look of surprise and bewilderment. Fire Lotus glanced at Gao Shaohui and asked through telepathy, Qin Dage, why are you saving her again? Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, the heavens are virtuous. When Fire Lotus heard this, she pouted. Who are you? Where is this? At this moment, Gao Shaohui retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Don't worry. If we wanted to harm you, we wouldn't have saved you just now. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Gao Shaohui did not let her guard down because of this. She asked curiously, why did you save me? I don't even know you. We really don't know each other, but saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Just think of me as a good person. Qin Feiyang said. Good person? Gao Shaohui sized up the two and said with a flattering smile, don't pretend. What is your purpose? Just tell me. In this world, who wasn't selfish? How could there be a good person? It's so hard to be a good person. It's really frustrating. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. It's not that it's hard to be a good person, it's just that you look like a bad person. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head helplessly. He looked at Gao Shui and said, "Take us to the Guo family." The Guo family? Gao Shui was slightly surprised and said, "Why are you going to the Guo family? Did these two have a grudge against the Guo family? That's none of your business. As long as we go to the Guo family, I will let you go," Qin Feiyang said. Gao Shui was taken aback and quickly asked, "Really? A gentleman never goes back on his word," Qin Feiyang said and looked up at the image in the sky. Guosweki had already left with the man in black. Gao Shui also looked at Guosweki's back and asked suspiciously, "Brother, where are we now? Why can't Guosweki's Immortal will find us?" "Here," Qin Feiyang's eyes twinkled and said with a smile, "You are in my divine dimension item." Divine dimension item? Gao Shui looked around in shock and mumbled, "A divine dimension item can escape the detection of immortal will. Maybe it's because my divine dimension item's level is a bit high, so immortal will can't find it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "A divine dimension item that immortal will can't find? What level is it?" Gao Shui was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Fire Lotus was speechless. She actually believed your nonsense. How naive is this girl? How can anyone who has reached the Divine War realm be naive? She didn't believe me at all. She's just pretending to be naive because she's in our hands," Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Pretending to be naive? Fire Lotus glanced at Gao Shui and her eyes twinkled. "There's no need to expose her," Qin Feiyang said and then looked at Gao Shui with a smile. "I'm a man of my words. Lead the way." Gao Shui said, "Let's go southeast." Qin Feiyang immediately controlled the Black Tortoise world, and under Gao Shui's guidance, it took them half an hour to arrive at a city. The city was located in the middle of a mountain and was about a dozen miles in size. Every street in the city was bustling with activity. Looking at the city outside through the Black Tortoise world, Gao Shui's eyes were filled with hatred. "Do you hate the Guo family?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Of course. My Gao clan used to be as prosperous as this, but in a single night, we were all massacred. The Guo family is despicable. Guosweki's fiancé is even more despicable." Gao Shui clenched her fists and said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked calmly, "Why do you hate Guosweki's fiancé? If it wasn't for him, would my father and the others have been wiped out in the land of the dead? If my father and the others hadn't died, would the Guo family have slaughtered my people and destroyed my family's land?" Gao Shui said angrily. "You can't blame him for this. After all, he's Guosweki's fiancé. It's natural for him to help the Guo family deal with your Gao family." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean, natural? He and Guosweki aren't even married yet. What right does he have to interfere with the grudges between our families?" Gao Shui glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Take it that I've said too much. Forget it." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and drove the Black Tortoise realm into the city. "Didn't you say that you would let me go after we arrived at the Guo family?" Gao Shui said hurriedly. "Are you sure you want to go out?" Qin Feiyang asked. Gao Shui nodded. She felt that the man and woman in front of her were a little too mysterious. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll send you out now." But Gao Shui was stunned and immediately became angry. She shouted, "You've already entered the city. Isn't sending me to my death if you send me out? Why are you so unreasonable? Didn't you say you wanted to go out?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Gao Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth and trembled. She did say that she wanted to go out, but she didn't say that she wanted to go out here. How much time would it take if he sent her out of the city first? "If you don't dare to go out, then shut up." Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently and then carefully observed the situation in the city. There were more than 100,000 people in the entire city. Every one of them had the aura of cultivation. In other words, there wasn't a single mortal in this city. Moreover, he sensed hundreds of fake gods' auras. Hundreds of fake gods. Just the Guo family alone was already so powerful. The ancient world was truly a frightening place. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew straight to the center of the city. Because in the central area he sensed dozens of war gods' auras. One of them was especially terrifying. It was a perfect war god. Needless to say, the owner of this aura must be the Guo family's old patriarch. However, the old patriarch's aura revealed a trace of weakness. Very soon, Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and landed in the sky above a courtyard. This courtyard was located in the center of the city and occupied a large area. There was a small stream, a rockery, a pavilion, and a garden. Beside one of the rockery, there was a two-story pavilion. The pavilion looked very old and the decorations were very simple, but it was very clean and tidy. It really surprised me, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He thought that this place would be quite luxurious, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. The first impression it gave was quite good. That's not right. Why is this place different from what I've seen before? Gao Xiaohui's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Gao Xiaohui. He saw Gao Xiaohui scanning the courtyard with a puzzled expression. What's different? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. I know the Guo family's situation very well. In the past, this place could be said to be filled with jewelry and splendor. Why has it become so simple now? What the hell is the Guo family doing? Are they hiding something? Gao Xiaohui shook her head with a puzzled expression. Filled with jewelry and splendor, what are they hiding? Qin Feiyang frowned. Gao Xiaohui's words were somewhat thought-provoking. Swish. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the courtyard out of thin air. It was Guo Zixiong. Father. Guo Zixiong walked to the front of the pavilion and called out softly. After a while, the door of the pavilion opened and a white-haired old man in black walked out slowly with a silver-white walking stick. Gao Xiaohui said, he is the old patriarch of the Guo family, Guo Sueki's grandfather. Old patriarch. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and Guo Zixiong, his eyes flickering. After the old patriarch came out, Guo Zixiong immediately went forward to support him and asked with concern, Father, how are your injuries? This Gao Guofang's strength is indeed not simple. Facing my attack, although he was not prepared at all, he still seriously injured me. The old patriarch sighed deeply and looked at Guo Zixiong with a smile. But don't worry, it's not a big problem. That's good. Guo Zixiong breathed a sigh of relief. The old patriarch asked, Have you found Gao Guofang and Gao Xiaohui? Chapter 1933. Guo Zixiong said, I came here to report this matter to you, father. Speak. The old patriarch said. Guo Zixiong said, Xueqi sent me a message saying that she found Gao Guofang and killed him. Good. That lass is indeed our Guo family's pride. The old patriarch was elated when he heard the news. Even though Gao Guofang's soul was damaged, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Being able to kill him is enough to prove Xueqi's ability. Guo Zixiong said with a smile. It's all thanks to you, father. The old patriarch laughed heartily. Guo Zixiong hurriedly waved his hand and said, No. I don't dare to take all the credit. If you hadn't spent so much effort to nurture Xueqi, would she have her current achievements? You stinking brat, why are you still being so polite with me? The old patriarch rolled his eyes at Guo Zixiong. Guo Zixiong smiled embarrassedly and said, But what? The old patriarch was suspicious. The smile on Guo Zixiong's face disappeared, and he said solemnly, Gao Xiaohui didn't die. What? Gao Guofang died, so why didn't Gao Xiaohui die? Did Gao Xiaohui break through to the low-level war god realm? The old patriarch was shocked. Guo Zixiong shook his head. The old patriarch was puzzled. If she didn't break through, how did she escape from Xueqi's hands? Guo Zixiong said, according to Xueqi, she was rescued by someone. Someone? What does that mean? The old patriarch was puzzled. It means that Xueqi didn't see the person who rescued Gao Xiaohui. She didn't even see his shadow. He just disappeared into thin air. Guo Zixiong said. Disappeared into thin air. The old patriarch muttered. His gaze was gloomy. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in shock, Could it be Gao Xiaolong? Impossible. If it was Gao Xiaolong, he would definitely kill Xueqi before leaving. However, the person who rescued Gao Xiaowei didn't make a move against Xueqi. Guo Zixiong shook his head. This is strange. If it wasn't Gao Xiaolong, who could it be? The old patriarch frowned. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang looked at Guo Zixiong and Gao Xiaolong on the screen and asked, Gao Xiaowei, who is Gao Xiaolong? Gao Xiaowei said, Gao Xiaolong is my older brother. Blood brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Gao Xiaowei and said, the person your grandfather asked you to find is him? That's right. My brother is much stronger than Guo Xueqi. If my brother was here, the Guo family wouldn't dare to do anything to the Gao family even if they were given hundreds of guts. Gao Xiaowei coldly snorted. Then where is he now? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gao Xiaowei replied, 9 Heavens Palace. 9 Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the fire lotus and asked, where is the 9 Heavens Palace? I don't know either. Fire Lotus shook her head. What? You don't even know about 9 Heavens Palace? Are you people from this continent or not? Gao Xiaowei looked at the two of them in shock. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and smiled. We siblings have been living in seclusion with our master since we were young, so we don't know anything about the outside world. Even if you live in seclusion, it's impossible for you not to know about 9 Heavens Palace. 9 Heavens Palace is very famous. In the entire northern region, who doesn't know about it? Gao Xiaowei said. Qin Feiyang said calmly, it's that famous? Of course. 9 Heavens Palace is the strongest force in the northern region. It can even be said that it's the ruler of the northern region. The disciples of 9 Heavens Palace, no matter where they go, they are respected by thousands of people. And my brother is a disciple of 9 Heavens Palace. When he returned home last year, he had already broken through to the high-level war god realm. Gao Xiaowei said proudly. So powerful? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus revealed a shocked expression, but they were pondering in their hearts. Aside, the old patriarch took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at Guo Zixiong. It's best if we can find Gao Xiaowei, but it doesn't matter if we can't. The most important thing now is to quickly take over the Gao family's territory. What about Gao Xiaolong? This person is a disciple of 9 Heavens Palace, and his talent is outstanding. Keeping him alive will always be a threat. Guo Zixiong asked. Gao Xiaolong. The old patriarch pondered for a moment, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and he sneered, Don't worry, this old man has already made arrangements. Guo Zixiong was startled for a moment, then came to a realization and laughed. Father is indeed a treasured blade. Ha, the old patriarch laughed and said, Go and do your work. Guo Zixiong respectfully replied, then turned and left. But suddenly, the old patriarch called out to Guo Zixiong again. Guo Zixiong turned his head and asked suspiciously, Father, do you have any other orders? The old patriarch said, Is there still no news of Qin Feiyang? Guo Zixiong shook his head. It's already been a few days. Why is there still no news of him? Could it be that he has already died in that mountain range? The old patriarch was bewildered. I don't know. Guo Zixiong said. The old patriarch thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, No, this old man must go and take a look personally. Father, you mustn't. There are ferocious beasts everywhere in that mountain range. Not to mention that you are injured now. Even if you were in your peak condition, once you set foot in there, it would be difficult for you to escape unscathed. Guo Zixiong's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Of course, this old man knows. But you know how important Qin Feiyang is to our Guo family. If something happens to him, then our efforts will be in vain. The old patriarch said in a low voice. I know. Guo Zixiong nodded, and after a moment of silence, he smiled. Father, how about this? You rest well, and I will go and look for him. The old patriarch nodded and said, You must find him, and make sure that he and Xueqi get married smoothly. I understand. Guo Zixiong nodded. The old patriarch waved his hand, indicating for Guo Zixiong to leave, but then he suddenly said, Oh, by the way, Does Xueqi have any objections to this marriage? Gua Zixiong sighed and said, this lass is somewhat resistant to it. For the sake of our Gua family's future, even if she is resistant, she must get married. After all, that marriage contract was forged with great difficulty by imitating Qin Baishan's handwriting, and it was also with great difficulty that I managed to make Qin Feiyang believe it. So, we mustn't let this lass's stubbornness ruin all of our efforts. The old patriarch said. I understand, and I will try my best to persuade her. Gua Zixiong nodded and replied. Moreover, only Guda, you, and I know whether the marriage contract is real or fake. You mustn't tell anyone else, especially Xueqi. Go! After the old patriarch spoke, he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Gua Zixiong bowed respectfully, then turned around and left with large strides. This marriage contract is really fake. The Black Tortoise whirled. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. So, Gua Xueqi's fiancé is Qin Feiyang. That damned bastard. He harmed my Gao family. I will not let him off. Just as Qin Feiyang was feeling vexed, Gao Xiaohui's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Gao Xiaohui and saw that her face was filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He did not expect to get into so much trouble as soon as he arrived in the ancient world. What a headache! Fire Lotus glanced at Gao Xiaohui and said telepathically, Qin Dage, the Gao family is really innocent. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, it's my fault. I acted rashly without investigating properly. Then what should we do now? Fire Lotus asked in her heart. Since they dared to trick me, they will have to pay the price. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I am asking Gao Xiaohui how to deal with this matter. Fire Lotus said in her heart. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Xiaohui and frowned. Gao Xiaohui did not know that the enemy she was looking for was right next to her. She lowered her head and frowned. There was a trace of suspicion on her face. Qin Feiyang sighed in his heart and asked with a smile, Miss Xiaohui, what are you thinking about? Gao Xiaohui glanced at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, I am thinking that the name Qin Badian sounds familiar. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly grabbed Gao Xiaohui's hand and asked, are you sure? Gao Xiaohui was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. She immediately shouted, what are you doing? Let go of me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He quickly let go of Gao Xiaohui and smiled apologetically, sorry. I was impulsive. Don't misunderstand. What's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Let me tell you, I am not that kind of woman. Don't even think about hitting on me. Gao Xiaohui looked at Qin Feiyang with disgust. It seemed that she had misunderstood Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to explain. He asked again, Miss Xiaohui, are you sure you have heard of the name Qin Badian? Gao Xiaohui looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, why? Do you know this Qin Badian? Fire Lotus saw this and sent a message to Qin Dage. Calm down, Qin Dage. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He cursed in his heart and almost lost his composure. He quickly composed himself and looked at Gao Xiaohui with a smile. This is the first time we have been born. How could we know Qin Badian? I just heard Gua Zixiong and the others talking about him. That's why I am curious about him. I see. Gao Xiaohui nodded and lowered her head to ponder. Qin Feiyang waited patiently. A moment later, Gao Xiaohui shook her head and said, I think I have heard this name before, but I can't remember where. Qin Feiyang controlled his temper and said with a smile, take your time. Don't worry. Gao Xiaohui fell silent again. Fire Lotus looked at Gao Xiaohui and sent a message. Qin Dage, didn't Gua Zixiong say that no one here knew your ancestor? Why does Gao Xiaohui have an impression of him now? If Gao Xiaohui really knows about my ancestor, it means that Gua Zixiong is lying to me. Qin Feiyang thought. That's right. They even dared to forge a marriage contract. What else can they not do? But what is the Gua family planning? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also had an indescribable irritation in his heart. I remember now. Gao Xiaohui's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and said, What did you remember? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He tried to make his tone and expression calm. Gao Xiaohui said, "This Qin Batian, I heard Big Brother mention him before. He seems to be a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace." What? Qin Feiyang froze. My ancestor was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace? This was too ridiculous. How could the founder of the great Qin dynasty lower himself to become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace? Absolutely impossible. Literature Center. Chapter 1934. Qin Dage, don't forget that this is the ancient world. Although your ancestor was a famous figure in the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent, he's nothing here, as Guo Zixiong said. So it's not impossible for him to enter the Nine Heaven Palace. Fire Lotus saw through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and secretly said, "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. After all, when his ancestor left, he was only a low-stage war god. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaohui and asked, "Apart from the fact that Qin Batian is a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace, do you know anything else?" "I'm not sure about that. Because I'm usually focused on cultivation, I don't know much about the outside world." Gao Xiaohui shook her head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Nine Heaven Palace to find out where his ancestor was. Wait. There was no way the Guo family would go through so much trouble to forge a marriage contract without any reason. Maybe Guo Zixiong and the old family head knew something? With this thought, Qin Feiyang looked at the image in the air again. After Guo Zixiong left, the old family head had already entered the pavilion. Fire Lotus said, "Qin Dage, just kill this Gao Xiaohui so that she won't bring you trouble in the future." "There's no rush, let's deal with the Guo family first." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and silently entered the pavilion. Soon he found the old family head. The old family head was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom on the second floor, closing his eyes and recuperating. "What's going on?" Gao Xiaohui looked at the old family head, then suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang. Why did this person look like he wanted to harm the old family head? But wasn't this the first time this pair of brother and sister came out? Why did they have a grudge with the Guo family? This man and woman's identity definitely wasn't that simple. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaohui's eyes flashed. "Who?" Qin Feiyang stared at the old patriarch and took a deep breath. He then turned to Fire Lotus and said, "Keep an eye on Gao Xiaohui." "All right." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image in the void disappeared. Then, a blood-red sword light emerged from his palm. Gao Xiaohui's body began to tremble. What was that? How could it contain such a terrifying killing intent? Aside, the old clan leader's expression was serene. He did not notice that danger was approaching at all. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent surged. The old patriarch was shocked and immediately opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Immediately after, that heart-wrenching pain caused him to cry out in pain. At the same time, inside a large hall, Guo Zixiong and Guo De stood opposite each other. Guo Zixiong said, "Second uncle, I'm going to look for Qin Feiyang. Help me deal with the matters of the clan first." "Okay, be careful," Guo De reminded. Guo Zixiong nodded and opened an altar. However, at this moment, the two of them suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent and the scream of the old patriarch. "What's going on?" The two of them were surprised. "Not good," its father's voice. "Second uncle Guo Zixiong exclaimed. The two of them immediately rushed out of the hall and rushed towards the courtyard. One of them was a greater success war god and the other was a lesser success war god. Naturally, their speed was extraordinary. In just 2 blinks of an eye, they reached the top of the attic and directly rushed into the old patriarch's bedroom from the balcony on the second floor. However, there was no one in the bedroom. "Father?" Guo Zixiong called out anxiously. Guo De immediately released his divine sense to search the courtyard. His face gradually turned pale as he looked at Guo Zixiong and said, "I can't find any trace of your father." "Second uncle, Lord Father might have met with misfortune." Guo Zixiong pointed at the bed. There was a pool of blood on it. How could this be? Guo De looked at the blood and his eyes trembled. Quickly inform all the war gods and false gods in the clan to stop what they're doing and go look for father. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Guo Zixiong shouted. Guo De nodded and hurriedly left. The realm of Black Tortoise. Deep in the desert, an old man with white hair stood in the yellow sand while holding his bleeding abdomen. It was the old patriarch. However, at this moment, he looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with shock and fear. In the sky, Qin Feiyang stood with his back facing the old patriarch with his hands behind his back. There was an image in the sky in front of him. The image was showing the scene inside the attic. He silently looked at Guo Zixiong in the image. His eyes were filled with coldness. "For you, what conflict do I have with you? Why do you want to harm me?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, the old patriarch shouted anxiously. Because Qin Feiyang's back was facing him, he didn't know that the person standing in front of him was Qin Feiyang. "Who am I?" Qin Feiyang murmured and said indifferently, "Haven't you been looking for me? Now that I'm standing in front of you, you still don't know who I am? Been looking for you? Are you crazy? Do I know you?" The old patriarch said angrily. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the image disappeared. Then he slowly turned around and faced the old patriarch. "You, this?" The old patriarch's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that Guo Zixiong has already told you my appearance." Qin Feiyang. The old patriarch was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why is he in my Guo family?" The old patriarch's eyes trembled and hurriedly said with a smile, "So you are Feiyang. You are indeed a dragon among men. But Feiyang, why are you doing this?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Don't you know very well in your heart? This is bad. Could it be that he heard my conversation with Guo Zixiong?" The old patriarch's eyelids twitched, but he pretended to be innocent and said suspiciously, "What do I know? What are you talking about? I don't understand." "You don't understand?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Even now, you're still playing dumb?" He said, "You spent a lot of effort to forge that marriage contract, right? Damn it." The old patriarch cursed secretly. Sure enough, he heard the conversation between him and Guo Zixiong. But what was the reason for this? For this plan, they were careful at every step. How could this kid notice the clues? Qin Feiyang said, "Now, are you wondering why such a perfect plan was discovered by me?" The old patriarch nodded instinctively. "Because of the ancestor," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The old patriarch said in surprise, "You've seen Qin Badian?" "Even now, I still don't know whether the ancestor is alive or dead," Qin Feiyang said. The old patriarch said in surprise, "Then why do you say it's because of Qin Badian?" "It's very simple. The ancestor is such a wise person. It's impossible for him to leave behind such a ridiculous marriage contract. Therefore, when I first saw the marriage contract, I was already suspicious. But that marriage contract, you forged it so perfectly that it could be passed off as the real thing, so I didn't dare to make a judgment at that time. So, when I left the land of the dead, I found an excuse to leave in order to investigate the character of the Guo family. And the result was very disappointing. The Guo family bullied others with their power and had a notorious record. The ancestor didn't like people like you at all, let alone a marriage alliance with you. So, I began to believe that the marriage contract was fake. Coincidentally, I also met Guo Sueki and rescued Gao Xiaowei from her hands. Then, under Gao Xiaowei's lead, I sneaked into the Guo family. Speaking of which, this trip was really worth it. I just happened to hear your conversation with Guo Zixiong," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I see," the old patriarch muttered. His heart was also incomparably shocked. It was really terrifying to have such a scheming mind at such a young age. "Now, I have a few questions. As long as you answer me truthfully, I can guarantee that you will have an intact corpse," Qin Feiyang said. The old patriarch collapsed on the ground powerlessly and said, "I have nothing to say." If you want to kill me, just kill me. As expected, I still have to use the puppet technique. Qin Feiyang sighed. The old patriarch was stunned and asked in surprise, "What is the puppet technique?" "A secret technique that can read other people's memories." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and formed a seal with both hands. The puppet imprint quickly appeared and turned into a ray of light that shot into the old patriarch's head like lightning. However, it was also at this moment the old patriarch smiled sinisterly and suddenly stood up. A wave of divine sense emerged and shattered the puppet imprint like a tide. Then, it charged towards Qin Feiyang. The puppet imprint shattered. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. However, looking at the divine sense, he wasn't nervous at all. He shook his head and smiled. "I forgot that after breaking through to the war god realm, divine sense and soul can leave the sea of consciousness. So, even if the sea of qi is destroyed, there is still a certain threat. It's too late to realize it now. Go to hell." The old patriarch laughed sinisterly. Sighed. "You really won't cry until you enter the coffin." Qin Feiyang sighed and waved his hand. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and collided with the divine sense. "Ah!" The old patriarch immediately let out a miserable cry as his divine sense was completely shattered. How is this possible? His heart couldn't help but set off stormy waves. A mere low-level war god was actually able to easily obliterate his divine sense? Killing you is just a snap of a finger, so it's best to cooperate. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and once again condensed the puppet imprint and rushed towards the old patriarch's head. "Want to read this old man's memories? In your dreams?" The old patriarch shouted. Divine sense once again emerged from the sea of consciousness and the puppet imprint was shattered again. Qin Feiyang suffered a backlash again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his brows were tightly knitted. It seems that the puppet technique wasn't very useful against a war god, especially against someone like the old patriarch whose cultivation was higher than his. If the other party kept resisting with divine sense, then the puppet technique wouldn't be able to control him at all. In other words, right now, he could only control people whose cultivation was weaker than him. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the war god realm, the puppet technique would be worse than before. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Literature Museum. Chapter 1935. Before reaching the war god realm, as long as his sea of qi was destroyed, he could control the other party no matter how high their cultivation was. Because at that time, his soul hadn't evolved into a divine soul. But now, it was different. On one hand, he had to consider his cultivation. On the other hand, he had to consider his divine soul. In short, he couldn't use a divine art like the puppet art as easily as before. Even the seal of enslavement was the same, unless the other party was willing. Looks like I have to resort to some extreme measures. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the old patriarch with a smile. The Gao family must have suffered a terrible fate. "What do you want to do?" The old patriarch's body trembled as he roared. "Since the Gao family is gone, there's no need for the Gua family to exist. I might as well help Gao. Shall we take revenge for the extermination of her clan?" Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. "You," the old patriarch glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "don't forget that you have something to do with the destruction of the Gao family." "That's right. But I didn't kill anyone from the Gao family. Even in the land of the dead, I only destroyed the patriarch's cultivation. In the end, he died in the hands of Guizixiong. Plus, as long as the Gua family is gone, no one will know about it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You devil, aren't you afraid of being punished?" The old patriarch roared. "If you're not afraid, why should I be?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "Fine. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just let my family go. After all, we gave you a lot of soul stones." The old patriarch stared at Qin Feiyang coldly, but in the end, he compromised. He had to compromise. He had seen Qin Feiyang's strength with his own eyes. If he really attacked, no one in the Gua family could stop him. "Don't make it sound so righteous. If you didn't want to harm me, why would you give me soul stones? Even if I kneel on the ground and beg you, you won't give me a single soul stone." But then again, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for the soul stones you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to break through to war gods so quickly. Now, I'm afraid I can only be at your mercy, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, the old patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. His intestines were green with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given this human soul stone to him. He sat weakly on the ground and said, "Ask away. I asked you to answer before, but you didn't. Now, I don't want to ask anymore. It's a waste of time." Qin Feiyang formed another seal, and the puppet imprint appeared once more. "Stop resisting, or I'll really slaughter your Gua family." After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the puppet imprint pierced through the void and disappeared into the old patriarch's head. The old patriarch hesitated for a moment before finally giving up on resisting. Very soon, the puppet technique was completed. Qin Feiyang did not delay and immediately began to read the old patriarch's memories. The old patriarch immediately howled miserably like a pig being slaughtered. He felt as if his soul was being forcefully torn apart. Gradually, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with joy. So, that joyful expression turned into one of ecstasy. Ha, finally! Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh and cry. At the same time, inside the ancient castle, Tantai Li and Qin Rushuang had already woken up from their seclusion. The mother and daughter stood together with a look of anticipation and nervousness. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped them. The mother and daughter both appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Feiyang. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang. They wanted to ask, but did not dare to. Qin Feiyang stopped laughing, looked at the mother and daughter with tears in his eyes, and said, "Great-grandmother, the ancestor what happened to him?" Tantai Li hurriedly asked. Qin Feiyang's tone was choked, and there was a trace of grief on his face. Qin Rushuang urged, "Feiyang, what happened? Hurry up and tell us." Ancestor," Qin Feiyang lowered his head, a trace of grief creeping onto his face. "Could it be that father, impossible. If father is dead, why did you laugh so loudly before?" The mother and daughter looked at Qin Feiyang, their faces pale. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, "I laughed because the ancestor was indeed in the ancient realm, but now," hearing this, the mother and daughter immediately collapsed powerlessly. Their expressions were filled with grief. "Ha, I'm teasing you, the ancestor is still alive now." Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. "Alive?" Their eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground, grabbed their hands, and said, "This time I'm not teasing you, the ancestor is really still alive." "You bastard, how can you joke about such an important matter?" The mother and daughter looked at each other and were immediately furious. They raised their fists and hammered Qin Feiyang's body like a storm. Qin Feiyang did not resist and looked at the mother and daughter with a smile on his face. He was very happy that the ancestor was not dead, because the ancestor had always been his goal, and it could even be said that he worshipped and idolized him. However, the two women in front of him were definitely happier than him. On the side, the old patriarch looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, his eyes constantly flickering. Suddenly, he got up and ran for his life without looking back. Seeing this, the mother and daughter finally calmed down and hurriedly reminded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Not to mention now, the old patriarch's cultivation was crippled. Even if his cultivation was still there, the entire Black Tortoise realm was his. Where could he run to? There was no need to care at all. The mother and daughter looked at each other and looked at the old patriarch's back, and could not help but sympathize. Qin Rushuang asked, "Feiyang, where is father now? How long will it take to find him?" This, on the contrary, Qin Feiyang became hesitant. "What's wrong? Are you trying to scare us again? I'm telling you, if you do this again, I won't let you off easily." Tantai Li raised her eyebrows. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and sighed. "To tell you the truth, the old patriarch doesn't know much." "What do you mean?" The mother and daughter became nervous again. "Don't be so nervous. Back then, the ancestor never returned after leaving the Gua family. Therefore, Guizixiong and the old patriarch only know some rumors about the ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. What rumors? Tan Taili asked. It is said that the ancestor entered the Empyrean palace back then and made a name for himself. It can be said that during that period, no one did not know the ancestor's name. Qin Feiyang said. Since he is so famous, why did that child named Gao Xiaowei only remember him after thinking for a long time? And he knows so little? Tan Taili was puzzled. This is because, as early as 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, our ancestor had already disappeared without a trace. There are rumors that the ancestor is in seclusion. There are also rumors that the ancestor became a core figure of the Empyrean palace and did not appear in the world. There are even rumors that the ancestor went to travel the continent. Think about it, the ancestor disappeared 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. Gao Xiaowei was not even born at that time, so how could she know? Not to mention Gao Xiaowei, according to the memories of the old patriarch of the Guo family, there are not many people in the northern region who still know about the ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Disappear without a trace? The mother and daughter looked at each other. Qin Rushuang said, then the clues are broken again? Moreover, how can a person disappear unless he is dead? You have to believe in the ancestor. With his ability, it is absolutely impossible for him to die. As for the clues, they will not be broken. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What do you mean? Qin Rushuang was suspicious. Others may not know the whereabouts of the ancestor, but the upper echelons of the Empyrean palace will definitely know. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Since father has stayed in the Empyrean palace, then the people of the Empyrean palace will definitely know his whereabouts. Feiyang, let's go to the Empyrean palace immediately. Qin Rushuang urged. Look at how anxious you are. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and sighed. The Empyrean palace is not a place that everyone can enter. Qin Rushuang and Tan Taili looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Let me explain it to you like this. The Empyrean Palace's position in the northern region is equivalent to the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire and the Great Tower of the Forgotten Continent. One must go through layers of tests before one can enter. And those who can enter the Empyrean Palace are basically the favored ones of the heavens. Therefore, this matter cannot be rushed. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Tan Taili looked at Qin Rushuang and smiled bitterly. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can find and reunite with your father. Qin Rushuang clenched her fists and said firmly, no matter how difficult it is, I must find him. Tan Taili rubbed Qin Rushuang's head and felt sorry for her. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, why did the Guo family forge the marriage contract? Because of ambition. The Guo family is not willing to continue struggling at the bottom of the ancient world, so they want to use me to establish a relationship with the ancestor. Because with the ancestor's position in the Empyrean Palace, as long as I marry Guosweki, it will be equivalent to having the Empyrean Palace as a backer. Even if the ancestor is not in the Empyrean Palace now, with the ancestor's prestige, the Guo family can still reap many benefits. The most important thing is the purple gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang said. Purple gold dragon blood? The mother and daughter frowned. The purple gold dragon blood flowing in the ancestor's body is no longer a secret in the northern region. There are even rumors that the reason the ancestor has such heaven-defying talent and can rise in such a short time is entirely because of the purple gold dragon blood. Therefore, the Guo family wants me to marry Guosweki and give birth to a few descendants with the purple gold dragon blood. In this way, the Guo family can still rise even without the ancestors and my help. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The Guo family is really scheming. They are completely using you as a tool to give birth to children. Qin Rushuang covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. Tan Taili said, does Guosweki know about this? Qin Feiyang shook his head. She can't even control her own marriage. She doesn't even know anything. What a pitiful child. Tan Taili shook her head and sighed. After pondering for a while, she said, by the way, how is the relationship between your ancestor and the Guo family? Literature Museum. Chapter 1936. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and frowned. I can't explain their relationship. Didn't you read the old patriarch's memory? Why can't you explain it clearly? The mother and daughter were puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, back then, our ancestor stayed with the Guo family for a while and then left without saying goodbye. The Guo family members don't know what he was thinking. Left without saying goodbye? Tan Tai Li frowned. Mother, did you think of something? Qin Rushuang asked. Tan Tai Li said, your father has a good character. If there wasn't a special reason, he wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Qin Rushuang said, then what do you think the special reason is? I think he might have found out about the Guo family's character but didn't want to reveal it, so he left without saying a word. Tan Tai Li said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Great-grandmother, what you said makes sense. Tan Tai Li waved her hand and said with a smile, I'm just guessing and don't take it seriously. However, Guo Zixiong's family has a good plan. Mother, why are you still praising them? Qin Rushuang was a little dissatisfied. Of course, I have to praise them. You dare to scheme against Feiyang? How audacious! Tan Tai Li chuckled. Qin Feiyang and Qin Rushuang looked at each other. Why did Tan Tai Li's tone sound a little off? Tan Tai Li looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile and asked, Feiyang, what do you think we should do? It seems that great-grandmother is angry. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, but he was very touched. Great-grandmother was angry because the Guo family had schemed against him. In other words, she was fighting for him. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. To tell you the truth, great-grandmother, I've thought about this seriously. I originally wanted to destroy the Guo family directly, but now, I don't want to do it. You don't want to do it? Tan Tai Li raised her eyebrows. This wasn't the kid's personality at all. I think so. The Gao family was exterminated because of me. I have to do something to make it up to them. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. You want Gao Xiaowei to deal with the Guo clan? Tan Tai Li suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, No, 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 Gao Xiaowei alone is not enough. Tan Tai Li asked. Gao Xiaolong. According to Gao Xiaowei, this person broke through to the advanced stage of the battle god realm last year. As long as the old patriarch, a perfect battle god, dies, I believe that with his identity as a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace, it will be easy for him to destroy the Guo family. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Rushuang frowned. Feiyang, why do I feel like you're using someone else to do your dirty work? Go, go, go. How can you call this killing with a borrowed knife? I'm just being nice. Qin Feiyang said unhappily. I can't tell. Qin Rushuang pursed her lips. Tan Tai Li smiled. Rushuang, you don't understand. Feiyang is doing this to prepare for entering the Nine Heaven Palace. What do you mean? Qin Rushuang was suspicious. Think about it. We are strangers in the ancient world. Who will help us enter the Nine Heaven Palace? But it's different with Gao Xiaolong. Gao Xiaolong is a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace. He must have some connections in the Nine Heaven Palace. With his help, wouldn't it be easier to enter the Nine Heaven Palace? Tan Tai Li smiled. So that's how it is. Qin Rushuang suddenly understood. She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. In other words, you're trying to curry favor with others? Can you not make it sound so bad? This is not a waste of resources. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Yes. What you said makes sense. Qin Rushuang rolled her eyes and frowned. But I'm thinking, is this necessary? Father has such a high status in the Nine Heaven Palace. As long as we show our identity, won't the people of the Nine Heaven Palace come to welcome us? You're thinking too simply. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Our ancestor was so talented that he must have aroused the jealousy of many people. Moreover, we don't know what's going on with our ancestor. So, at this time, if we reveal our identity in advance, it might backfire. Qin Feiyang said. Rushuang, do you see? This is the brain. Every time you do something, you have to consider all aspects. Otherwise, one wrong step will result in your death. Tan Tai Li said. Qin Rushuang pouted and said unhappily, Mother, continue to praise him. Be careful not to praise him to the heavens. All right. Fei Yang, do as you see fit. Send us to the castle. Tan Tai Li smiled. Qin Fei Yang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared. He released his perception and a cold smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Somewhere in the desert, as the old patriarch ran for his life, he looked around in bewilderment. What the hell is this place? Other than the sandstorm, there was nothing. Are you tired? If you're tired, take a rest. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. The old patriarch's gaze trembled. He looked up and saw Qin Fei Yang standing in the air with a playful look in his eyes. Don't kill me, okay? The old patriarch knelt on the ground powerlessly, his face full of despair. Qin Fei Yang crossed his arms in front of his chest, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Really? The old patriarch was surprised and happy. Of course. Qin Fei Yang smiled and waved his hand. The power of rule force descended from the sky, forming a barrier and trapping the old patriarch inside. What kind of power is this? The old patriarch glanced at the barrier in surprise. Just stay here. When I need you, I'll come and find you. After saying so, Qin Fei Yang flashed and disappeared. The old patriarch retracted his gaze, reached out his hand, and carefully touched the barrier. Immediately, a pressure from the soul rushed to his mind. He quickly retracted his arm, his face full of fear. I forgot one thing. At this time, Qin Fei Yang appeared again and glanced at the old patriarch's index finger. There was a black ring on his index finger. Qiankuan ring. Shua. Qin Fei Yang stepped on the barrier and smiled. Give me your Qiankuan ring and your divine artifact. The old patriarch looked at the Qiankuan ring and hesitated, his face full of reluctance. He didn't care much about the Qiankuan ring. What he cared about was the treasures in the Qiankuan ring. Hurry up! Qin Fei Yang shouted. Yes. The old patriarch nodded, took off the Qiankuan ring and handed it to Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang grabbed it in his hand and said, There's also a divine artifact. The old patriarch hurriedly said, I have a divine artifact, but it's not with me now. Then who has it? Qin Fei Yang frowned. The old patriarch didn't dare to say. Qin Fei Yang looked at the old patriarch, his eyes flashing slightly, and said, Your divine artifact should be the fire dragon divine sword. No, the old patriarch shook his head. His divine artifact was actually the fire dragon divine sword. The reason why he denied it was because he was afraid that Qin Fei Yang would find trouble with Guoshueki. Fire dragon divine sword, high-grade divine artifact. To be honest, I don't like it. Qin Fei Yang smiled disdainfully, took out a spirit sea pill, threw it to the old patriarch, and disappeared without a trace. The old patriarch was stunned. Why did he give him the spirit sea pill? Wasn't he afraid that his chi sea would recover and break the barrier and escape? The land of the demons. The herb field. Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaowei sat in the courtyard of the herb field, chatting and laughing, and got along very well. Gao Xiaowei looked outside the courtyard at the swaying herbs and said in surprise, Fire Lotus sister, such a big herb field, is it all yours? Fire Lotus nodded. Gao Xiaowei said, Then where is this place? And why are you wearing a mask? This place. Fire Lotus looked around and said with a smile, A very magical place. As for the mask, it's because I'm too smelly, and I don't want to scare people. Gao Xiaowei was stunned and said helplessly, Fire Lotus sister, you didn't say anything. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Qin Fei Yang appeared in the courtyard and looked at the two with a smile. Gao Xiaowei immediately stood up and stared at Qin Fei Yang, a trace of vigilance creeping up her face. I say, Miss Xiaowei, this is your fault. Am I that scary? Staring at me like this the moment you arrived? Besides, don't forget that I'm your savior. Qin Fei Yang was displeased. Who knows if you have an ulterior motive for saving me? Gao Xiaowei harumphed coldly. Qin Fei Yang's face was full of helplessness. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. She walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked, "Brother, is everything settled?" "Brother?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did she call him so affectionately? "Didn't you say to Gao Xiaowei that we're brother and sister?" Then, in front of her, "Of course I have to call you brother." Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he laughed involuntarily and nodded. "Everything is settled." "Then what's next?" Fire Lotus asked. "Next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at Gao Xiaowei. "Your brother Gao Xiaolong is in the Nine Heavens Palace, right?" Gao Xiaowei nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Good, I'll send you to the Nine Heavens Palace now." "You're sending me to the Nine Heavens Palace?" Gao Xiaowei was stunned, then she waved her hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need, I can go by myself." "You really don't need to guard against me like this. On the contrary, the one you should be worried about is your brother," Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaowei sneered. "My brother is a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, why should I be worried about him?" "I say you're stupid, you're really stupid. Didn't you hear the conversation between the old patriarch and Guizixiong? At that time, Guizixiong mentioned your brother, saying that your brother is a threat. Does that mean he wants to get rid of your brother?" But the old patriarch told Guizixiong not to worry, saying he has his own plans. "What do you think the old patriarch's plans are?" Qin Feiyang teased. This, Gao Xiaowei was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, there is only one plan, and that is to spend money to buy your brother's life. Now, tell me, should I be worried about your brother?" "Yes, yes, yes." Gao Xiaowei nodded repeatedly, then looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, asking, "Then, what should I do now?" Literature Museum. Chapter 1937. Is there a need to ask? "Contact your elder brother immediately," Qin Feiyang said. "Yes, yes, yes." Gao Xiaowei nodded, but her face suddenly stiffened. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said bitterly, "My Qiankuan bag and image crystal were destroyed by the Gua family. I can't contact my elder brother." Qin Feiyang frowned. When he was at the volcano, he seemed to have heard Guisueki and the black-clothed man say that Gao Xiaowei and Gao Guifang's Qiankuan bags and Qiankuan rings were destroyed. This was a bit difficult. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is there no one else who can contact your elder brother?" "Those who can contact my elder brother have been killed." Gao Xiaowei shook her head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "It seems that we can only go to the Ninth Heaven Palace first and find a way to find your elder brother." "Then let's go quickly," Gao Xiaowei urged. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said, "Before we set off, I still need to do something." "What is it?" Gao Xiaowei was suspicious. "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared in the void. In the image, Guizixiong stood in front of the bed, looking at the bloodstains on the bed with a gloomy face. Swish! Suddenly, a woman in red appeared next to Guizixiong out of thin air. Looking at this woman, Gao Xiaowei's eyes flashed with hatred. Because this woman was Guisueki. "Father, what's going on?" As soon as Guisueki appeared, she saw the bloodstains on the bed and asked Guizixiong. "I don't know either. Just now, I was going to look for Qin Feiyang, but suddenly I heard your grandfather's scream. When your second uncle and I rushed here, there was nothing but these bloodstains." Guizixiong shook his head. "What about grandfather?" Guisueki's face turned pale and asked. "He's also missing." Guizixiong clenched his hands and shouted, "Damn bastard, who is it? Come out." "Missing? Could it be the same person who saved Gao Xiaowei? If that's really the case, then what is his motive for saving Gao Xiaowei and now kidnapping Grandpa?" Guisueki muttered. "Not good." Suddenly, Guizixiong exclaimed and immediately turned to run downstairs. Guisueki was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly followed him. Qin Feiyang also controlled the Black Tortoise realm and quietly flew down. When he arrived at the hall on the first floor, Guizixiong glanced around and walked straight to a vase. Then he gently turned the vase. Crack! The ground in the corner of the hall slowly split open, revealing a dark passage. Following closely, Guizixiong and his daughter entered the passage. "Brother, where does it lead to?" Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. The Gua family's treasure vault. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew in. So this is what you want to do? Fire Lotus suddenly smiled. Gao Xiaowei couldn't help but size up Qin Feiyang and his daughter. She asked suspiciously, "What grudge do you have with the Gua family? You won't even let go of the treasure vault." Qin Feiyang laughed. "We just came out of seclusion. What grudge could we have with the Gua family? We are helping you vent your anger." Gao Xiaowei was stunned. They were not related to her, helping her vent her anger? That's bullshit. The secret passage was not long. Soon, they saw a stone door in front of them. The stone door was tightly shut and emitted a strong aura. Gua Zixiong ran to the stone door and pressed down on a stone brick beside the stone door. The stone door immediately opened. A secret room about 100 feet wide appeared in front of them. Inside the secret room, there were rows of iron shelves neatly placed on top of which were thousands of Qiankuan bags. So many Qiankuan bags, how many treasures are there? Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. Apart from the Qiankuan bags, there were also some knives, spears, sticks, jade boxes and iron boxes. Gao Xiaowei snorted, "How can the Gua family have so many treasures? Half of the treasures here belong to the Gao family." "You are from the Gao family?" Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Fire Lotus, think about it. After the Gua family gets rid of the Gao family, will they let go of the Gao family's treasure vault?" Fire Lotus was slightly taken aback and laughed. "Looks like we are quite lucky to get the treasures of two families." Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. "There must be a lot of soul stones and divine crystals here." "Wait, didn't you say you would help me vent my anger? But why does it sound like you want to take all the treasures here?" Gao Xiaowei hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, "Since we are here, we must take them all." No. If you are helping me vent my anger, then you should return the treasures to the Gao family." Gao Xiaowei said. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were stunned. Return? Was this woman really that naive? How could she think like that? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Miss Xiaowei, don't think too much. The things here have nothing to do with you." "You?" Gao Xiaowei glared at Qin Feiyang. This bastard was a bandit. In the secret chamber, Gua Zixiong checked around and finally let out a long breath. He looked at Gua Sueki and smiled. "Fortunately, nothing is missing. Let's go out and find your grandfather." Gua Sueki nodded. The father and daughter turned and walked out of the treasure vault. After closing the stone door, they left directly, unaware that the person they were looking for was in the treasure vault. The treasure vault. Qin Feiyang was standing in front of an iron shelf, holding a Qiankuan bag and looking down. Fire Lotus was also holding a jade box in her hand, looking curiously at the things inside. Gao Xiaowei looked around, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on a row of iron shelves behind her. On the third level of the iron shelf, there was a black iron box, about the size of a palm, rusty and inconspicuous. But looking at the iron box, Gao Xiaowei's eyes lit up. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Seeing that both of them had lowered their heads, she pretended to be indifferent and walked to the iron shelf, reaching out to grab the iron box and quietly put it in her arms. "What are you doing?" But just when she thought that no one would notice, Qin Feiyang's suspicious voice sounded behind her. Gao Xiaowei's body stiffened. She slowly turned her head around and saw that Qin Feiyang was already standing behind her. At that moment, he was looking at her with a pair of ridiculing eyes. "I didn't do anything?" Although Gao Xiaowei tried hard to remain calm, there was still a hint of panic in her expression. "Nothing. But why do I see that you seem to be holding an iron box?" Qin Feiyang said teasingly. When Gao Xiaowei heard this, she subconsciously covered her chest. Wasn't this equivalent to confessing without being pressed? But when Gao Xiaowei realized this, it was already too late. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's not good to be a thief, hand it over." "Do you have any shame? You're obviously a thief, and you still have the cheek to say that to me? Besides, there are so many treasures here, what's wrong with me only taking an iron box?" Gao Xiaowei's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. She was about to go crazy from anger. Since there are so many treasures, why didn't you take anything else but that inconspicuous iron box? And you didn't even look at it before putting it in your arms. What does this mean? It means that you know this iron box and know what's inside? In other words, this iron box is from the Gao family. Qin Feiyang's teasing expression became even more obvious. Facing Qin Feiyang's gaze, Gao Xiaowei could no longer hide the panic in her heart. Who exactly is this man? How could she have seen through so much with just these insignificant actions? Don't test my patience. Even the old patriarch is no match for me, not to mention you. Hurry up, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Big brother, I beg you, just give me this iron box. Is there really nothing in this iron box? Gao Xiaowei looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly with a pitiful look. If the hard way didn't work, then he would use the soft way. Chapter 1938. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He just looked at her with a smile. She wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Gao Xiaowei decided to act shamelessly. She stuck out her chest, raised her back, and glared at Qin Feiyang. Search me if you dare. Do you think I don't dare? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he grabbed Gao Xiaowei's arm with one hand. His other hand reached into Miss Gao's bosom with lightning speed and took away the metal box. You? Gao Xiaowei was dumbfounded. Her cheeks turned red. Bastard, hooligan, how dare you ruin my innocence, you scoundrel? I'll kill you. However, just as Gao Xiaowei pounced towards Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws, Huolian stepped in front of Qin Feiyang. With bone-chilling coldness in her eyes, she coldly said, Miss Gao Xiaowei, don't push your luck. Looking at Fire Lotus's eyes, Gao Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. She felt as if she was facing the god of death. This was completely different from the Fire Lotus she had seen before. Huolian had always been very kind and gentle, which made Gao Xiaowei think that Huolian was a docile and obedient girl. So when she suddenly saw the other side of Fire Lotus, she couldn't accept it for a while. As for Qin Feiyang, he simply ignored Gao Xiaowei and directly opened the metal box. Inside, there was a green ring that looked like it was carved out of a piece of jade. It was bright and shone with divine light. Qin Feiyang took out the ring and looked at it curiously. He found that it was an interspatial ring. An interspatial ring could only be opened and used after it was owned by a drop of blood. Qin Feiyang glanced at Miss Gao and entered the Black Tortoise realm alone. He cut his finger and a drop of purple gold dragon blood fell on it. Immediately, the interspatial ring emitted wisps of blurry purple gold light. He had to keep the fact that he had the purple gold dragon blood a secret for now. After Qin Feiyang recognized him as the owner, he immediately checked the Cosmos ring. When he saw the things inside the Cosmos ring, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The interspatial ring was filled with soul stones. He estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. No wonder Gao Xiaowei wanted the metal box so badly. It turned out that there were so many soul stones hidden inside. After Qin Feiyang sent the soul stone to the castle, he took a look at the old patriarch's interspatial ring. Aside from some pills, there were also a few hundred soul stones. There were more than 2,000 divine gems. Qin Feiyang also sent them to the castle. He would count them when he had time. Subsequently, with the emerald interspatial ring in his hand, he reappeared in the treasury. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, Gao Xiaowei stared at the interspatial ring in his hand. Fire Lotus asked suspiciously, Brother, what's inside? 3,000 to 4,000 soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is, Huolian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, let's see if there are any other soul stones. Fire Lotus nodded. The two of them immediately got busy. They checked while sweeping through the items. Of course, they only checked briefly. After all, there were so many interspatial bags and boxes. If they counted them one by one, they didn't know how long it would take. Gao Xiaowei, on the other hand, could only watch angrily the whole time. In the end, the entire treasury was swept clean by Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Most of the items in the interspatial bags were herbs. The jade box and the metal box were mostly battle arts and divine arts. And the sabers, spears, sticks were also divine artifacts. However, there weren't many divine arts or divine artifacts in them. Of course, they wouldn't know the details until they counted them. They also found a lot of divine gems, at least 100,000, but they didn't find a single soul stone. In other words, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 soul stones in the entire treasury. Miss Xiaowei, there are thousands of villages under your Gao family and Gua family's rule. They give you offerings every year. This number is not small. But why are there only so few soul stones you have accumulated over the years? Qin Feiyang walked to Gao Xiaowei and frowned. What do you know? Both of our families have dozens of war gods and hundreds of false gods. Each of them needs soul stones. The soul stones handed over by those villages aren't enough for us, so it's not easy to accumulate 2,000 to 3,000, 3,000 to 4,000. Gao Xiaowei snorted. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a moment, and said, then this time, why did you two families want to fight? The Gua family provoked the battle. According to our investigation, it seems that the Gua family gave the soul stones to someone and didn't have any savings, so they wanted to challenge our Gao family. The loser will hand over all their savings and territory. Gao Xiaowei said. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Fire Lotus snickered. Qin Dage, so you're the fuse of this battle. Me? Qin Feiyang was dazed. Didn't you hear what Gao Xiaowei said? The Gua family challenged the Gao family because they gave the soul stones to someone? Fire Lotus thought. Qin Feiyang was shocked, then he couldn't help but smile wryly. Thinking about it, it did seem to be the case. The Gua family gave the soul stones to him, so they must be looking for soul stones, so they targeted the Gao family. Fire Lotus smiled and said, you don't have to blame yourself, because the Gua family and the Gao family are the same. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at the treasury again. Seeing that there was nothing left, he threw the yin and yang ring to Fire Lotus. What are you? Fire Lotus caught the yin and yang ring with a shocked expression. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you've been running all over the place with me. No matter what, I have to give you some compensation. Compensate? Fire Lotus was stunned, then she teased, aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will be jealous? Jealous? How is that possible? Your sister-in-law is knowledgeable, gentle, and considerate. Qin Feiyang smiled and took the two back to the Black Tortoise Realm. Then he used the Black Tortoise Realm to break through the secret chamber, rushed out of the underground, and flew into the sky. The attic also shattered with the sound. Fire Lotus gladly accepted the gift. However, Gao Xiaowei, who was standing at the side, was extremely displeased. Because the yin and yang ring belonged to the Gao family. After Qin Feiyang left with the Black Tortoise Realm, Gua Zixiong and Gua Sueki both landed in the sky above the courtyard. Looking at the destroyed pavilion and the large hole in the ground, his entire body emitted a monstrous murderous aura. The two of them entered the treasure vault through the hole. Looking at the empty treasure vault, the anger in their hearts instantly exploded. The treasury had actually been ransacked. Sueki, give the order immediately. No matter who they are, no matter where they are, find them and make them pay. Gua Zixiong roared. Gua Sueki nodded, glanced at the treasury, and left with a gloomy face. P.S. Late update, late blessing. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. By the way, there are 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 1939. As the culprit, Qin Feiyang didn't even think about Gua family's revenge. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Gua family's revenge. At this time, while driving the Black Tortoise world at lightning speed, he was playing with an interspatial ring. This wasn't the interspatial ring he gave Fire Lotus, but the one he snatched from the old patriarch. Interspatial bags and interspatial rings really couldn't be compared. No matter how big the interspatial bag was, there was still a limit. But the space inside this interspatial ring was several li wide. Who knew how many things it could hold? Even those who didn't know would think that it was a spatial divine item. After playing with it for a while, Qin Feiyang put it on his finger. Needless to say, The size was quite suitable. Bandit, hooligan. Gao Xiaowei had been eyeing Qin Feiyang from the side, but she couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus also wore an interspatial ring and asked, "Brother, do you know the location of the Nine Heavens Palace?" "It's in the old patriarch's memories." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How far is it?" Fire Lotus asked. "Quite far. At our current speed, it'll take at least a few years. We can't even teleport an altar there." Qin Feiyang said. "So far?" Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows. "This northern domain is really big." Qin Feiyang smiled and led the two out of the black tortoise world, immediately activating an altar. Although he didn't have a teleportation altar, the old patriarch's interspatial ring had more than a dozen altars. The three stepped onto the altar and descended in the air above a mountain. Following closely, Qin Feiyang took out another altar. Although a teleportation altar couldn't directly reach the Nine Heavens Palace, it could be used continuously. This was the same route the old patriarch used to go to the Nine Heavens Palace. "Brother, you've read the old patriarch's memories? You should know how he's going to deal with Gao Xiaolong, right?" Fire Lotus suddenly asked. When Gao Xiaowei heard this, she immediately looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Xiaowei and shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Fire Lotus was stunned. She looked at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, then glanced at Gao Xiaowei and immediately understood. She was deliberately toying with Gao Xiaowei. As expected, after hearing Qin Feiyang's reply, Gao Xiaowei immediately frowned and said, "How can you not know after reading the old patriarch's memories? Perhaps I was careless and didn't retrieve any memories related to this." Qin Feiyang said seriously. "How could you be so careless?" Gao Xiaowei said angrily. She even believed Qin Feiyang's nonsense. "This has nothing to do with me. Why should I care so much?" Qin Feiyang looked at her indifferently, then stepped onto the altar. Fire Lotus held back her laughter and followed behind Qin Feiyang. Gao Xiaowei chased after them and said angrily, "How can you be like this? Haven't you heard of the saying, when you help someone, help them to the end?" Accompanied by Gao Xiaowei's angry voice, the three of them appeared in the air above a desert. In the desert, a sandstorm filled the sky. One after another, terrifying auras made one's hair stand. Obviously, in this desert, there were many terrifying fierce beasts hiding. However, Qin Feiyang didn't stop. Activating another altar, he left the desert and appeared in the air above an ice field. The cold wind was biting cold, bone-piercing. "Not there yet?" Fire Lotus asked. So, Qin Feiyang took out another altar. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang activated a total of 10 altars. Finally, a vast mountain range entered their line of sight. In the mountain range, there were overlapping mountains and old trees with roots. And at the end of the mountain range, there was a vast sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the mountains, the torrential rivers were connected to the sea. Ferocious birds and ferocious beasts soared and roared in the forest. Here, there were green mountains and clear waters. Waterfalls could be seen everywhere. The environment was quite good. However, danger lurked everywhere. Because the fierce beasts here were generally at the war god and monarch level. Qin Feiyang even felt an existence that surpassed the monarch level. And at the peak of the tallest mountain in the mountain range. That giant mountain was more than 10,000 zhang tall. The peak of the mountain was covered in white fog. In the fog, an ancient stairway to heaven could be vaguely seen. Qin Feiyang looked up at the peak of the mountain and said, "The Nine Heaven Palace that the old patriarch knew ended here." Fire Lotus said, "You mean, the old patriarch only came here?" "That's right. According to his memories, the stairway to heaven at the peak of the mountain leads to the Nine Heaven Palace. Although the entrance is right in front of you, other than the disciples of the Nine Heaven Palace, everyone can only stop here. Whoever dares to trespass will be killed without mercy." Qin Feiyang said. "Then what should we do?" Gao Xiaowei looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang. If they couldn't enter the Nine Heaven Palace, they wouldn't be able to contact her big brother, Gao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang said, "Wait for me here, I'll go up and take a look." "Then you have to be careful." Fire Lotus warned. Qin Feiyang nodded and soared into the sky, flying towards the mountain peak. At the same time, he took off his universe ring and put it in his clothes. He also took out a set of shabby clothes from his universe bag and put them on, pretending to be a country boy who had never seen the world. This way, if the people of the Nine Heaven Palace asked, he could pretend not to know. The mountain peak. It was as if a giant axe had flattened it, and it was paved with a layer of black stone bricks that had been there for a long time. The stairway to heaven was located in the middle of the mountain peak, slanting upwards, extending into the clouds. Qin Feiyang landed on the mountain peak and immediately saw an old man in white sitting cross-legged beside the stairway to heaven, motionless like a stone statue. The old man had white hair and a white beard, and his face was wrinkled. His eyes were closed, and no aura could be sensed from him, as if he was just an ordinary old man. But Qin Feiyang didn't dare to underestimate him, because it didn't take a genius to figure out that this old man was sitting cross-legged here to guard the stairway to heaven. In other words, he was the gatekeeper of the Nine Heaven Palace. How could the gatekeeper of the Nine Heavens Palace be a simple character? Qin Feiyang was on high alert as he raised his head to look at the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven was more than 10 meters wide. It was pure white as if it was made of divine jade, exuding a sacred and ancient aura. At the end of the stairway to heaven, above the clouds, a huge island could be vaguely seen. Although he was unable to see it clearly, the majestic aura that was imperceptibly emitted had already given Qin Feiyang a feeling of impact and shock. This is the Nine Heaven Palace. Unrelated people, leave at once. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the silence in this place. The tone was calm and indifferent, without any ripples. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly looked at the old man in white. Because the one who spoke was this old man, but he didn't open his eyes and his expression didn't change. "Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The old man in white didn't speak again, nor did he open his eyes to look at Qin Feiyang, as if Qin Feiyang was air. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior, Junior is here to see someone. I hope Senior can accommodate me." The old man in white said indifferently, "Use the image crystal to contact him." He still didn't open his eyes. Although his words were very calm, there was a kind of majesty that couldn't be disobeyed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, the person Junior is looking for has not established a contract with Junior, so I hope Senior, let's go." But before Qin Feiyang finished, the old man in white opened his mouth. His tone began to have a trace of coldness. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, turned into a stream of light, cut through the sky, and landed beside Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaowei. "How is it?" Gao Xiaowei hurriedly asked. "There's no chance at all." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What should we do?" Gao Xiaowei was burning with anxiety. "It's definitely impossible to enter the Nine Heaven Palace. We can only try our luck nearby and see if we can meet someone who knows your big brother." Qin Feiyang pondered. "Then let's go quickly," Gao Xiaowei urged. "What's the hurry? There are beasts everywhere here. If we run around like headless flies, we will definitely encounter a lot of trouble." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he released his divine sense in all directions. Everything was clear in his eyes. He saw beasts as big as mountains, pythons as big as mountains, and poisonous insects as small as grains of rice, but he didn't see any traces of humans. Something wasn't right. The beasts here were too terrifying. Ordinary disciples wouldn't come here to hunt, train, or search for treasures. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the periphery of the mountain range. Perhaps there were disciples of the Nine Heaven Palace in the periphery or the border. He made a prompt decision. He brought Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaowei into the Black Tortoise world, then controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew towards the periphery. This mountain range was unimaginably huge. The number of beasts was also beyond imagination. If they didn't directly teleport in with their strength, they wouldn't be able to reach the Nine Heaven Palace. Time flew by, and a day passed. The beasts they encountered finally had a change in strength. Monarch god-level beasts were nowhere to be seen. Their cultivation was generally at the war god level. In other words, they had already left the hinterland. Morning. The sun rose from the horizon. The cold air left by the night gradually dissipated. Boom. After that, the roars of beasts and the sounds of battle gradually came from the mountains in front. If there were sounds of battle, there must be people. Qin Feiyang immediately followed one of the sounds of battle and searched. At this moment, the beasts they encountered were even weaker. They were basically between the initial and advanced war god level. Of course, they would occasionally encounter a few perfect war god level beasts. Along the way, Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't calm down. Along the way, they not only encountered beasts, but also a large number of herbs. And many of those herbs he had never seen before. However, he didn't go out to collect them, because as long as the herbs were slightly older, there would be beasts protecting them. He wasn't afraid of these beasts, but he didn't want to cause trouble. So, a lake appeared in the image. The lake's area was dozens of miles. At this moment, the lake water was tumbling, creating 100 feet tall wave. Terrifying shock waves from the battles swept across the sky like a tide. And in the sky above the lake, a man and a beast were crazily fighting. It was a young man. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.75 meters tall and wore a black robe. His thick black hair danced in the wind. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. But his aura was very strong. It was a low-level war god. Chapter 1940. The black-clothed youth's strength was already not bad, but the beast's aura was even stronger than the black-clothed youth's. It was a water serpent. Its body was several hundred meters long and covered in scales. Its two large eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Cultivation level, advanced war god. Even so, the fire serpent's body was covered in wounds and many of its scales were broken. Even the horns on its head were broken. Blood was pouring out like rain. Obviously, all of this was caused by the black-clothed youth. Unbelievable. A low-level war god human was able to fight to a draw with an advanced-level war god serpent. Fire Lotus murmured. Gao Xiaowei said in surprise. He's a disciple of Nine Heaven Palace. Disciple of Nine Heaven Palace? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were slightly stunned. They turned around and asked Gao Xiaowei suspiciously, "How did you know?" Look at the left side of his chest. There's a Fire Lotus tattoo there. That tattoo is the symbol of Nine Heaven Palace. Gao Xiaowei said. Fire Lotus tattoo? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at the black-clothed youth again. Looking carefully, there really was a Fire Lotus tattoo on the youth's clothes. But because his clothes were torn and had blood stains, they didn't notice it before. Disciple of Nine Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Gao Xiaowei and smiled. Then he might know your big brother. But just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something. He looked at the Fire Lotus tattoo on the black-clothed youth's chest again. Wait, why does this tattoo look so familiar? He looked at the Fire Lotus on the side. Looking at the Fire Lotus tattoo, his eyes were a bit dazed. Oh right. Qin Feiyang suddenly shivered and looked at the mask on Fire Lotus's face in surprise. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Fire Lotus mark between his brows was very similar to the Fire Lotus pattern on the black-clothed young man's clothes. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. Qin Dage, could it be that I'm from the Nine Heavens Palace? Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Take off your mask and let me confirm it. Qin Feiyang thought. There's no need to confirm. I've taken a closer look. The two Fire Lotus patterns are exactly the same. Fire Lotus said. Exactly the same, Qin Feiyang murmured. Was Fire Lotus really from Nine Heavens Palace? Then what was her status in the Nine Heavens Palace? My head hurts, suddenly. Fire Lotus hugged her head, her face contorted as she howled in pain. Obviously, she was thinking about the past. Seeing that, Qin Feiyang's face changed. He grabbed onto Fire Lotus and said, "Don't think about it anymore." Gao Xiaowei looked at the two of them suspiciously. What was going on? After a long while, Fire Lotus finally calmed down. Looking at the Fire Lotus pattern on the black-clothed young man's clothes, her eyes were filled with confusion. When I refine the undead barrier-breaking pill, your memory will naturally recover, so don't think too much about it now. Qin Feiyang comforted her secretly. All right. Fire Lotus nodded her head. Outside, the black-clothed young man and Shui Jiao were locked in battle. The surrounding space was collapsing one after another. You guys stay here, I'll go out and ask. Qin Feiyang reminded the two girls, and with a flash, he appeared above the lake. He did not hide his aura. The black-clothed young man and Shui Jiao immediately noticed him. They stopped at the same time and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards the black-clothed young man. Seeing that, the Shui Jiao immediately became ferocious. Looking at the black-clothed young man, it roared, "You despicable human, you actually have a helper." Boom. Then it raised its huge tail and smashed it towards the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man's face changed and he quickly shouted, "Wait, I don't know him at all." "If you don't know him, why would he smile at you?" The Shui Jiao roared and its huge tail crazily swung down. The black-clothed young man was also very depressed, but now was not the time to think too much. Divine power surged out and he threw a punch at the huge tail. Boom! The man and the beast were equally matched in strength. After the collision, they were both sent flying, blood flowing out. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang's expression was rather stunned. The black-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "No matter who you are, stay away from us first, in case this beast says that I called for a helper." Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded in response. He stepped aside, crossed his arms, and watched quietly. "Did you see that? If he was called by me, how could he just stand there and not attack?" The black-clothed young man looked at the Shui Jiao and said. The Shui Jiao stabilized its huge body, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and attacked the black-clothed young man again. The bloody battle between the man and the beast began again. The Shui Jiao's cultivation was higher than the black-clothed young man, but it could not suppress the black-clothed young man. It even showed signs of being defeated. The more Qin Feiyang watched, the more puzzled he became. The black-clothed young man did not use a divine art or a divine artifact, but why could he suppress the Shui Jiao whose cultivation was higher than his? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed that there was something fishy about the hands of the black-clothed young man. He observed carefully, and a look of realization gradually appeared in his eyes. The black-clothed young man was indeed wearing a pair of gloves, but that pair of gloves was different from other gloves. The gloves were as thin as cicada's wings and the color was exactly the same as the skin. If one did not have the ability to observe carefully, they would not have noticed. It seems that it is also a divine artifact, otherwise it would not be able to withstand the power of the Shui Jiao. Qin Feiyang murmured. The strength of a beast was naturally stronger than that of a human. Especially this kind of water dragon that was closest to a divine dragon, its physical strength was enough to suppress a human of the same realm. And now, the Shui Jiao was gradually suppressed by the black-clothed young man, which meant that the gloves were at least a middle-grade divine artifact. Bang, bang, bang. The man and the beast seemed to have some kind of agreement. Not only did they not use a divine art or divine artifact, they did not even activate their fighting souls. It was a battle of physical strength. About a few hundred breaths later, the Shui Jiao was losing more and more. What is going on? I have the body of a flood dragon, but I can't even defeat a mere human? The Shui Jiao roared. A human's physical body and strength are not to be underestimated. The black-clothed young man snorted and attacked more fiercely. The Shui Jiao looked at the black-clothed young man who was imposing and looked at Qin Feiyang who was watching coldly from the side. The Shui Jiao roared unwillingly and turned around to escape. "Don't go. We have an agreement. Are you trying to go back on your word?" The black-clothed young man was stunned and hurriedly shouted. "You even called your helper. What's the point of talking about an agreement?" The Shui Jiao said without looking back. The black-clothed young man said angrily, "I have said that I did not call him here. I don't know him at all." If you don't know him, why would he listen to you and retreat to the side just because you asked him to? Don't think that I am a fool. This emperor will not let go of today's debt. Just you wait. The Shui Jiao sneered and quickly disappeared into the vast mountains. Damn it, damn it. The black-clothed young man flew into a rage. He turned around and glared at Qin Feiyang. "Who are you? Why did you run out? Do you know that I was just one step away from winning? Qin Feiyang was innocent. The black-clothed young man took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly. Speak, what do you want? Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother, don't be angry. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask you about a person. The black-clothed young man was suspicious. Gao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaolong? The black-clothed young man was stunned and shook his head. I don't know him. The black-clothed young man turned around and flew in the direction the Shui Jiao had escaped. Qin Feiyang quickly chased after him. He is also a disciple of your Nine Heavens Palace. There are countless disciples in the Nine Heavens Palace. If he isn't famous, who would know him? I still have things to do. Don't follow me. The black-clothed young man shouted impatiently. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. The departed spirit flower was about to fall into my hands, but a stupid idiot came out to mess things up. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. The black-clothed young man cursed under his breath without turning his head. Departed spirit flower? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the black-clothed young man. If he remembered correctly, the departed spirit flower was one of the 4 ingredients needed to refine the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill. This was really a pleasant surprise. Brother, Qin Feiyang quickly chased after him. The black-clothed young man stopped in the void and turned around to glare at Qin Feiyang. He raised his eyebrows and said, What else do you want? Do you believe that I won't be polite to you? Calm down, calm down. I heard you mention the departed spirit flower. I think I can help you. Qin Feiyang smiled. You heard it? The black-clothed young man frowned. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Thought. Although I heard it, I don't have any thoughts about the departed spirit flower. Moreover, you are a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace. You have a noble status. Even if I have thoughts about it, I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang laughed. At least you have some self-awareness. The black-clothed young man smiled coldly. He shook his head and sighed. However, you can't help me because the departed spirit flower is in the hands of the water serpent. It's just a water serpent. Just kill it. Qin Feiyang said. The water serpent was only a god of war in the greater success stage. He could easily kill it alone. However, when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, the black-clothed young man's expression changed. He hurriedly said, You can't kill it. You can't kill it? Qin Feiyang was startled. He asked suspiciously, What do you mean? The water serpent's strength isn't that great, but its parents are very strong. Both of them are half-step divine lords. Do you think they will let us go if we kill the water serpent? The black-clothed young man sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Therefore, we can only use our wits to get the departed spirit flower. I had an agreement with it. We won't use any divine techniques, divine weapons, or battle souls. If it loses to me, it will give me the departed spirit flower. I was about to succeed, but in the end, you messed it up. Don't you think I'm angry? The black-clothed young man glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. It's my fault. It's my fault. Qin Feiyang nodded. He felt guilty. Chapter 1941. Forget it. I'm not such a petty person. I know you didn't do it on purpose. But can you stop following me? I really don't know that dragon you're talking about. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang in annoyance. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. You're all disciples of Nine Heaven Palace anyway. As long as you help me ask around, I'm sure you'll find out. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll think of a way to get you the departed spirit flower. Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Then tell me, what method do you have? Qin Feiyang asked. Is the departed spirit flower with the anaconda? The black-clothed youth nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I'll go kill it and get you the departed spirit flower. Kill it. The black-clothed youth was shocked and said angrily, Did you hear what I just said? Its parents are both half-step monarch god existences. Killing it is the same as seeking death. It's fine. You don't have to do anything. Even if its parents find out, they'll look for me. They won't implicate you. Qin Feiyang smiled. The black-clothed youth was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "But as long as you bring me the departed spirit flower, I'll immediately return to Nine Heaven Palace and help you ask about that dragon." The black-clothed youth clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Qin Feiyang smiled and teleported, disappearing from the black-clothed youth's sight. What a fool. The black-clothed youth shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. After leaving the black-clothed youth's sight, Qin Feiyang summoned the white-eyed wolf to chase after the anaconda. After some effort, the man and the wolf finally found the water serpent in front of a waterfall. The water jiao was lying on a huge rock in front of the waterfall, recuperating while mumbling something angrily. Sure. Qin Feiyang, together with the white-eyed wolf, flew above the water flood dragon and greeted it with a smile. The shui jiao was slightly taken aback. It raised its head to look at the man and the wolf. It didn't pay any attention to them at all. It immediately withdrew its gaze. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This guy had a lot of guts. He actually dared to ignore them? The man and the wolf landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. The wolf grinned and said, "Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you?" "Kill me?" Shui Jiao was stunned on the spot, but soon after, his eyes were filled with mockery. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You're not a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, are you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then that's funny. Even that disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace didn't dare to say such words to me. Who do you think you are? Do you want to die?" Shui Jiao's eyes were filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I know what you're relying on, but a mere half-step divine emperor doesn't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." "What did you say?" Shui Jiao raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. His eyes were filled with shock. "I said, even if your parents were here, they wouldn't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Ha!" Shui Jiao raised his head and laughed. He didn't hide his contempt. "Little Qin Zi, he still doesn't believe you." The white-eyed wolf joked. "He'll believe you soon." Qin Feiyang laughed and waved his hand. A blood-red light instantly entered Shui Jiao's sea of qi. "Ah!" Shui Jiao immediately screamed, and his aura quickly dissipated. "You!" He looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Did he really attack him? The most terrifying thing was, that blood-red light was so fast that he couldn't even react. The white-eyed wolf gloated, "See, this is the consequence of showing off in front of us." Shui Jiao came back to his senses and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and said, "You're finished. Even God can't save you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you now." Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He said, "I don't want your life. I just want the ghost flower. Give it to me immediately." "Don't even think about it." Shui Jiao sneered. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "It seems that there are a lot of stubborn people and fierce beasts in this ancient world. In that case, let's do it. Anyway, I want to taste this dragon's meat. Do you want to stew it? Or braise it? Or stir-fry it? Or barbecue it?" As the white-eyed wolf spoke, he wiped his saliva and his eyes were green. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's eyes, Shui Jiao couldn't help but start to panic. A wise man knows when to retreat. He decisively took out a jade box and threw it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "This is the ghost flower you want. Take it and leave." "So cowardly?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately lost interest. He hadn't shown his real strength yet, but he was already so scared. He was worse than a paper tiger. Qin Feiyang smiled, grabbed the jade box and opened it. A black flower suddenly appeared. This flower was about the size of an egg. It had a total of 4 petals, like a small trumpet. It was pitch black and emitted a trace of black mist. This kind of black fog gave off a gloomy and eerie feeling. "This is the ghost flower?" The white-eyed wolf was curious. "It's exactly the same as what's recorded in the scripture of pills. It should be good." According to the scripture of pills, the ghost flower can only be born in places with extremely strong yin energy. In other words, places like cemeteries or 10,000 burial mounds. Therefore, the ghost flower is an item of extreme yin energy. If it's not refined and consumed directly, it will take one's life. Qin Feiyang said. Then this thing can't be touched? The white-eyed wolf swallowed his saliva. Qin Feiyang said, so, you'd better keep your thoughts to yourself and don't have any ideas about this ghost flower. Did I? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and laughed dryly. It seems like you didn't, but what are you thinking now? I know very well. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, the white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang put away the jade box and looked at Shui Jiao. Where did you find this ghost flower? I don't know. Shui Jiao turned his head away. Boom. A terrifying murderous aura roared out of Qin Feiyang's body. He said word by word, I must know. Little Qin Zi, why do you care so much? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. There's something you don't know. Death fruit, ghost wood, and the ghost flower are all items of extreme yin energy. Therefore, the place where the ghost flower is born is likely to have death fruit and ghost wood. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded and stared at Shui Jiao. Tell us, and we'll leave immediately. But if you dare to be stubborn, we'll stew you now. Why am I so unlucky to meet two bastards who don't care about their lives? Shui Jiao wailed and said helplessly, I don't know where the ghost flower came from. You don't know? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I really don't know. Some time ago, I killed a disciple of the Ninth Heaven Palace. I found the ghost flower in his interspatial ring. Shui Jiao said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Let's go. The man and the wolf rushed into the sky. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped again and looked down at Shui Jiao. In fact, the person who fought with you just now used some tricks. Otherwise, you would have defeated him with your strength. What tricks? Shui Jiao was stunned and said angrily. He was wearing a pair of gloves. I think it should be a middle-grade divine artifact. After saying this, Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left with the white-eyed wolf. Damn bastard, how dare you trick me? Just you wait. The water flood dragon immediately frowned and became extremely angry. Achoo! Above the lake, the young man in black sneezed, rubbed his nose and murmured suspiciously. Who's cursing me behind my back? Whoosh! A stream of light flashed through the sky. It was Qin Feiyang. As for the white-eyed wolf, he had already gone to the castle to cultivate in seclusion. Brother, how was it? When the young man in black saw Qin Feiyang, he greeted him enthusiastically. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. A jade box appeared. The young man in black immediately grabbed the jade box and opened it. His eyes lit up. Ghost flower, I finally got it. The young man in black was extremely excited. Qin Feiyang asked calmly, Brother, what do you want this ghost flower for? Nonsense, of course it's to exchange for soul stones. You don't know, but in the Ninth Heaven Palace, one ghost flower can be exchanged for 100 soul stones. The young man in black said with a burning gaze. Exchange for soul stones? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Wouldn't this be a bit of a waste? Soul stones were very important. But the ghost flower was so rare that it could be said to be a rare treasure. How could he exchange it for soul stones? All of a sudden, he had an idea and smiled. Brother, how about this? I'll give you 100 soul stones and you'll give me the ghost flower? The young man in black was stunned and asked in surprise, You have 100 soul stones? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're not joking, right? How can someone as poor as you have soul stones? The young man in black frowned. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He sized himself up and could not help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he went to Ninth Heaven Palace, he deliberately dressed up. Therefore, his current image was indeed worthy of the word poor. To be honest, brother, although I'm not that rich, I've worked hard to save some soul stones over the years. If you're willing to exchange, I'll give you soul stones right away. Qin Feiyang said. This? The young man in black hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, since you're the one who snatched the ghost flower, I might as well give it to you instead of letting those old guys from Ninth Heaven Palace benefit. I'll exchange with you. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and smiled. Entering the ancient castle, he took out 100 soul stones and handed them to the young man in black. The young man in black was surprised. You have a spatial divine item? This little brother is untalented. I came across one by chance, but it's just an ordinary spatial divine item, not worth mentioning. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Not worth mentioning? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Brother, I'm a disciple of Ninth Heaven Palace, but I can't even compare to a country bumpkin like you ah. After he finished saying those words, he received the soul stone and handed the jade case to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the jade box and cupped his fists. Then I'll have to trouble brother with Gao Xiaolong's matter. It's a small matter. The young man in black waved his hand, opening an altar and stepping onto it. Qin Feiyang also followed him onto the altar. What are you doing here? The young man in black looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. I'll wait for you outside the Ninth Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good, I don't have to run around. The young man in black smiled. When the two of them arrived near the Ninth Heaven Palace, the young man in black turned into a streak of light, flying up the stairway. Qin Feiyang stood on the mountain peak, looking at the young man in black's back with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 1942. Actually, exchanging the soul stone for the departed spirit flower was purely to test the black-clothed youth. He wanted to see if this person would be tempted by his wealth after seeing that he had the soul stone and a spatial divine item. But he didn't. It seemed like the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace were of good quality. However, as time passed, the black-clothed youth still hadn't appeared. This made Qin Feiyang irritated. Was he fooled? The night deepened. Finally, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, two figures arrived at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang focused his gaze. Who else could it be but the black-clothed youth? It seems like I was overthinking. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the other youth. The youth was about 1.8 meters tall and was also dressed in black. There was also a fire lotus tattoo on his chest. His appearance was extraordinary. His temperament was also outstanding. His aura had also reached the level of a high-level war god. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Gao Xiaowei appeared. He said, "Take a look, is he your big brother?" Gao Xiaowei raised her head and was pleasantly surprised. It's him. She immediately soared into the sky and flew towards Gao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and followed behind Gao Xiaowei. There's another woman? The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Gao Xiaowei. He was slightly stunned. The four of them met in the sky. The black-clothed youth cupped his hands and apologized. Brother, sorry for making you wait. It's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. As for Gao Xiaowei, she threw herself into Gao Xiaolong's arms and cried. However, Gao Xiaolong's expression was one of shock and confusion. He glanced at the black-clothed youth beside him from time to time as if he was asking for help. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong's expression and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. One must know. Gao Xiaolong and Gao Xiaowei were biological siblings. Shouldn't the elder brother be happy to see his biological sister come looking for him? But why did he reveal such an expression now? Moreover, when they met, he didn't even say a word of concern or inquiry. Something was very wrong. This Gao Xiaolong is acting as if he doesn't know Gao Xiaowei. The young man in black looked at Gao Xiaowei and then looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Brother, who is this girl? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This Gao Xiaolong didn't react at all. What did this mean? This proved that this person wasn't Gao Xiaolong. Otherwise, how could he not recognize his own sister? Alas. Seems like the people from Nine Heavens Palace aren't anything good. Qin Feiyang sighed, his heart filled with disappointment. He had thought that Zhang Xian was a decent person, but who could have thought that he would be able to conceal his strength so well? Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong, smiling without batting an eyelid. You're Gao Xiaolong? It's me. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Then who is the girl in your arms? Do you know? Gao Xiaolong lowered his head to look at Gao Xiaowei, the confusion in his eyes deepened. Gao Xiaowei raised her head to look at Gao Xiaolong, anxiously saying, "Big brother, I'm Xiaowei. Don't you recognize me?" Gao Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but he quickly smiled. "Xiaoya, of course I recognize you. I was just joking with you, don't be angry." Looking at Gao Xiaolong's reaction, Qin Feiyang already had an idea. This person was definitely not Gao Xiaolong. But these two people, pretending to be Gao Xiaolong, what were they trying to do? Wait a minute. Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. This saying was indeed true. No matter where he went, he couldn't easily trust anyone. But Gao Xiaowei didn't suspect anything. She wept bitterly as she said to Gao Xiaolong, "Big brother, grandfather, father, mother, and our clansmen, they're all dead." "What?" Gao Xiaolong's face changed, asking, "Who did it?" "Guo family." Gao Xiaowei said, her eyes filled with hatred. "This Guo family really deserves to die." Gao Xiaolong was filled with grief and indignation, but he quickly comforted her with a gentle voice. "Xiaowei, don't be sad, Big brother will definitely avenge them. Let's go find the Guo family for revenge now," Gao Xiaowei said. Gao Xiaolong was stunned. He glanced at the black-robed young man beside him. The black-robed young man's eyes turned, looking at Gao Xiaowei, smiling. "Xiaoya, the matter of revenge can't be rushed, it must be prepared in advance. How about this? We'll first bring you to Sky Dragon City to settle down, then we can slowly plan." But Gao Xiaowei was anxious. Gao Xiaolong said, "Xiaowei, listen to us, it won't be wrong." "Alright." Gao Xiaowei looked at Gao Xiaolong, then at the black-robed young man, nodding her head. Watching the two of them singing the same tune, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, "I really can't watch this anymore." The black-robed young man and Gao Xiaolong were stunned, looking suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "I'll bring you to a place." Qin Feiyang smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the four of them disappeared without a trace. Black Tortoise World. Above the herb field, Qin Feiyang stood facing the wind. Gao Xiaowei was still standing beside Gao Xiaolong, whereas the black-robed young man and Gao Xiaolong were looking around in amazement. This is that spatial artifact? It's too big. Especially when they saw the herb field below, both of them were dumbfounded. The fire lotus had been in the herb field's courtyard all this time. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the black-robed young man took a step forward, landing in front of Qin Feiyang, smiling as he asked, "Did you find Gao Xiaolong?" Qin Feiyang nodded, adding, "It's just an imposter, it's him." Qin Feiyang did not transmit his voice, nor did he conceal his identity, directly pointing at Gao Xiaolong. "Imposter?" The fire lotus was dumbfounded. Gao Xiaowei also heard it, looking at Qin Feiyang in astonishment, then turned to look at Gao Xiaolong beside her. At the same time, hearing the word, imposter, Gao Xiaolong and the black-robed young man shuddered, looking at Qin Feiyang in unison asking, "Brother, what do you mean?" "Originally, I wanted to let you two continue acting, but your acting is too bad." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Gao Xiaolong was furious. "Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. I am Gao Xiaolong." "He's my big brother." Gao Xiaowei also looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Miss Xiaowei, I really don't know if you're really innocent or just pretending to be innocent. There were so many flaws, but you didn't see through them." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "What flaws?" Gao Xiaowei was suspicious. "First of all, this Gao Xiaolong didn't call you sister when he saw you. Secondly, the two of them kept exchanging flirtatious glances. Lastly, when he heard that your Gao family was annihilated by the Guo family, this Gao Xiaolong actually didn't go back to the Guo family to seek revenge. Think about it, if it was anyone else who heard such bad news, they would go crazy. But this person was able to calm down immediately. If you still don't believe me, you can ask him a few questions, I guarantee that he won't be able to answer." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gao Xiaolong and the black-robed young man's expression revealed a trace of panic. Hearing this, Gao Xiaowei turned to look at Gao Xiaolong, muttering to herself, "All right, big brother, let me ask you a question. When we were young, what did you call me?" Of course it was little sister. Gao Xiaolong said. Wrong. When we were young, you never called me little sister, you always called me smelly girl. You're really a fake. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my big brother? Gao Xiaowei said angrily. The panic on Gao Xiaolong's face could no longer be concealed. Do it. At the same time, the black-robed young man's face darkened, and he pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Gao Xiaolong also reached out to grab Gao Xiaowei. Gao Xiaowei retreated in a panic. However, the fire lotus suddenly landed in front of Gao Xiaowei, and undead energy surged out like a tide, drowning Gao Xiaolong in an instant. A painful scream resounded through the sky. The undead energy was everywhere, rushing into Gao Xiaolong's sea of consciousness, crazily nibbling away at his soul. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also raised his arm and punched towards the black-robed young man. One must know, Qin Feiyang's physical body had been tempered by heavenly lightning and could easily crush a mid-grade divine artifact, not to mention this black-robed young man. In terms of physical strength, Qin Feiyang completely crushed the black-robed young man. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the black-robed young man was sent flying, and his arm was shattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. So strong? The black-robed young man's face changed, and he looked at Qin Feiyang in horror, and without caring about Gao Xiaolong, he turned and fled. In here, even if you have the ability to fly, you can't escape from my palm. Qin Feiyang said contemptuously, and the power of law fell, forming a barrier, trapping the black-robed young man inside. The fire lotus snorted, retracting her undead energy, and kicked Gao Xiaolong into the barrier. Then, the two of them madly bombarded the barrier within the barrier. Qin Feiyang didn't stop them, and he crossed his arms, watching with a smile. In the end, the two of them were exhausted, sweating profusely, but the barrier didn't even tremble. Are you bored? Then, can we have a good chat now? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them with ridicule. The two of them raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. Gao Xiaolong suddenly ran in front of the barrier, looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Brother, this has nothing to do with me, it's him." Gao Xiaolong pointed at the black-robed young man behind him and said, "He was greedy for the spatial divine artifact and soul stone on you, so he asked me to pretend to be Gao Xiaolong. I was instigated by him, please let me go." No, he was the one who instigated me. The black-robed young man's face changed, and he quickly ran over, looking at Qin Feiyang. "Bastard! Don't you dare slander me!" Gao Xiaolong roared. "I didn't. Brother, you have to believe me, I really want to help you find Gao Xiaolong." The black-robed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and anxiously cried. "You really want to help me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of ridicule, and he said, "Your plan was good, and you hid it well, so much so that I thought you were a good person. Unfortunately, you didn't expect Gao Xiaolong's sister to be by my side." Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, "But these are not important, I just want to know, where is the real Gao Xiaolong?" Literature Hall. Chapter 1943. The black-robed young man said, "I've been looking for him all day." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, interrupting the black-robed young man. "I don't want to hear the process, I only want the result." Fine, I'll tell you the result. I heard that this Gao Xiaolong was already invited out last night." The black-robed young man said. "Who invited him out?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Young noble Feng." The black-robed young man said. "It really is him." Qin Feiyang's eyes glimmered. There was information about this young noble Feng in the old patriarch's memories. This person had a great background in the Nine Heavens Palace. His elder sister and elder brother were both geniuses in the Nine Heavens Palace. His parents were also Nine Heavens Palace's enforcement elders. Whether it was strength or status, they left others in the dust. However, the most terrifying person was his grandfather. According to the old patriarch's memories, this young noble Feng's grandfather was the Nine Heavens Palace's resource hall master. In other words, all the Nine Heavens Palace's resources were under his control. And the old patriarch used soul stones to bribe this young noble Feng to get rid of Gao Xiaolong. Moreover, the amount wasn't small, no less than 3,000 soul stones. Fire Lotus frowned, looking at Qin Feiyang. Brother, this Gao Xiaolong, could it be? Before Fire Lotus could finish, Gao Xiaowei shook her head. No, my big brother is definitely fine. Miss Xiaowei, last night your big brother was invited out by young noble Feng. Now, a whole day has passed, do you think there's still hope? Fire Lotus said. Gao Xiaowei lowered her head, tears flowed uncontrollably, her delicate body trembling. Qin Feiyang smiled. We can't jump to conclusions too early, maybe there's an accident? Life is unpredictable, maybe there really is an accident. Gao Xiaowei's spirit rose, saying. Qin Feiyang felt a little helpless. These were just words to comfort Gao Xiaowei. She actually believed it? Looks like this woman is really naive. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looking at the black-robed young man. This young noble Feng, has he returned yet? I went to look for him, he hasn't returned yet. The black-robed young man shook his head. He didn't come back? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. An entire day had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Could there really be a turning point? Fire Lotus asked, how strong is this Gongzi Feng? The black-clothed youth said, Gongzi Feng is also a high-level war god. Advanced war god. His cultivation is the same as Big Brother's. In that case, it won't be easy for him to kill Big Brother? Gao Xiaowei hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He really couldn't bear to break Gao Xiaowei's hopes. Although Gongzi Feng's cultivation was the same as Gao Xiaolong's, Gongzi Feng had a backer. In other words, whether it was divine arts or divine artifacts, Gao Xiaolong and Gongzi Feng couldn't be compared. In short, this Gao Xiaolong was most likely dead. Who? Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and looked at the black-clothed young man and the black-clothed man. I want to ask you something else. Tell us, as long as you let us go, we'll tell you everything. The two smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know a person called Qin Badian? Qin Badian? The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed man looked at each other and suspicion crept into their eyes. You don't know? Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed young man quickly waved his hand and said, No, we've heard of this person, but why are you asking about him? Anyone would be curious about such a legendary figure. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. This Qin Badian is indeed a legendary figure. It's said that when he entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he only took a few hundred years to break through to the monarch god realm and become the blazing sun of the Nine Heavens Palace. Later, he became an elder, disciplinary elder, palace master, and I heard that he even became the vice palace master of our Nine Heavens Palace. The black-clothed young man said with envy in his eyes. What? Vice palace master? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Of course, this is only a rumor. It's been too long, and we disciples don't know if it's true or not. The black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then why did this Qin Badian disappear? There are many different theories about his disappearance, and we don't know either. The two shook their heads. Ancestor, where are you? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and muttered to himself. His face was filled with disappointment and frustration. A few moments later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the black-clothed young man. What's your name? Wang Dachuan. The black-clothed young man said. Wang Datun, Qin Feiyang murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Two strands of law energy entered the black-clothed young man and Gao Xiaolong's forehead. Ah! Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, their souls were annihilated and they died on the spot. Why did you kill them? They are disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Gao Xiaowei looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How dare they scheme against me? Not to mention disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace, even if they are elders of the Nine Heavens Palace, I will make them pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and grabbed the two's cosmos pouches. The barrier shattered with a loud bang, and the power of rules swarmed over. The two's corpses were directly smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Looking at this scene, Gao Xiaowei couldn't help but shudder. The Nine Heavens Palace's position in the northern region was unshakable. And the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace were like emperors in the outside world. No one dared to offend them. But this man in front of her killed them without mercy. And he killed 2 of them at once. This was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 2 and said, I have to enter the 9 Heavens Palace and find out where this young noble is. How are you going to enter? Gao Xiaohui was stunned and hurriedly asked. Isn't that simple? Just disguise yourself as Wang Dachuan. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gao Xiaohui was stunned. Fire Lotus smiled and said, No wonder you specifically asked for his name. So you already have a plan in mind. Qin Feiyang laughed. Gao Xiaohui looked at the 2 and looked at Qin Feiyang emotionally. She bowed and said, You have helped us brother and sister so much. I really have no way to repay you. Help you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't you say that entering the 9 Heavens Palace is to investigate the whereabouts of young noble? Since it's to investigate young noble, it's naturally to help us. Don't deny it. Thank you very much. Gao Xiaohui said gratefully. Huh? Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, It's also to help you guys. Of course, it's also to help myself. Help yourself? Gao Xiaohui was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, There are some things that you're better off not knowing. Okay, I won't ask. But can I ask, what are your and Sister Fire Lotus's names? After knowing each other for so long, I still don't know your names? Gao Xiaohui smiled. Names? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said, My name is Jiang Haotian. My sister is called Jiang Fire Lotus. Gao Xiaohui nodded. Jiang Haotian, how long has it been since I used this name? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. The past emerged like a tide. Thinking back to the spiritual state, the name Jiang Haotian was also famous. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang took out a phantom pill and changed his appearance. Then, he took out a set of black robes from Wang Dachuan's Jianghu bag and put them on neatly. On the clothes, there was a flame pattern. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang sent the 2 Jianghu bags to the ancient castle. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky above the mountain range outside. The waning moon was in the void. In the dead of night, the giant mountain that led to the 9th Heaven Palace was like a giant beast standing on the ground. Qin Feiyang looked up at the top of the mountain with a determined light in his eyes. He murmured, Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I must find out the reason for the disappearance of my ancestor. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light and flew towards the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain in the dark night was dead silent. Beside the sky stairway, the white-haired old man was still sitting in his original position like a stone statue, not moving at all. Qin Feiyang landed on the top of the mountain. He didn't disturb the white-haired old man, nor was he nervous at all. He calmly passed by the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man didn't stop him. Finally, Qin Feiyang stood at the bottom of the sky stairway, looked up, and stepped onto the first step. But just as his foot landed, the stone stairs under his feet suddenly shook and released a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What was going on? Swish! At the same time, the white-haired old man next to him also opened his eyes. His eyes weren't cloudy at all, and they were extremely sharp, like 2 sharp blades. Oh no! Qin Feiyang didn't even need to look back to know that the white-haired old man had opened his eyes. He made a prompt decision. Without any hesitation, he directly entered the Black Tortoise world, then controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew away without looking back. The white-haired old man suddenly stood up, and his divine will spread out in all directions. Gradually, a look of surprise appeared on his old face. There was no one? There was no spatial divine item. What was going on? Did he disappear into thin air? Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. But more than that, he was puzzled. Why did the sky stairway react? Beside him, Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaohui also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Wasn't he going to Jiutian Palace? Why did he come back and flee in a panic? After Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world, the image disappeared, so they still didn't know what had happened outside. After fleeing for tens of thousands of miles, Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Gao Xiaohui. Did your brother tell you about the sky stairway before? Gao Shui shook her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang immediately explained the situation briefly. "There's such a thing?" The two women were surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "According to my guess, the sky stairway is definitely not an ordinary stone stairway." Huolian said, "Do you mean that the stairway of heaven gave a warning because it saw through your disguise?" Qin Feiyang nodded, looking a little annoyed. "I should have directly read Wang Dachuan's memories just now." Literature Museum. Chapter 1944. That's not that important. Anyway, you used Wang Dachuan's identity just now. Your own identity wasn't exposed. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled bitterly. Seems like it's impossible to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace without being noticed. Last year, I heard from Big Brother that Nine Heaven Palace will be recruiting disciples this year. Big Brother even asked me to try. Why don't we participate in the assessment together? Gao Shui said. Recruiting disciples? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Do you know the exact time?" "I don't know. According to Big Brother, only the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace will announce it to the public. But such a big matter, as long as it's announced, we won't need to ask around." Gao Shui said. So troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. "All right then, let's go to Sky Dragon City first." "What kind of place is Sky Dragon City?" Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. "According to the old patriarch's memory, the mountain range we're in now is called Sky Dragon Mountain Range. And this is the hinterland of Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Sky Dragon City is just outside Sky Dragon Mountain Range," Qin Feiyang said. Huolian nodded her head in realization. "I actually forgot about someone." Qin Feiyang was about to leave with the Black Tortoise World, but he suddenly slapped his head and said in annoyance. Fire Lotus and Gao Shui looked at him in confusion. "Old Patriarch. This person can contact Gong Zifeng." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the two girls to the desert. Below, the old patriarch squatted in the barrier formed by the rule force, his face full of despair and frustration. However, his qi had been repaired. Looking at the old patriarch, Gao Shui was stunned for a moment before hatred appeared in her eyes. She said angrily, "Big Brother Jiang, why didn't you kill him?" "This person is still useful," Qin Feiyang said. At the same time, the old patriarch also heard Gao Shui's voice and raised his head to look at the three of them. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He took out the old patriarch's interspatial ring and found an image crystal. This image crystal belonged to the old patriarch. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang stepped into the barrier and passed the image crystal to the old patriarch. He said, "Contact Gong Zifeng." "Contact Gong Zifeng?" The old patriarch was taken aback. "Forget it. You should just become a puppet." Qin Feiyang impatiently waved his hand and activated the puppet technique. The old patriarch's gaze immediately turned sluggish. "Send a message to the young master." Qin Feiyang spoke again. This time, the old chief became obedient and obeyed. He immediately grabbed the image crystal and quickly recovered. "Sister Fire Lotus, what's going on? Why does it feel like the old patriarch has changed into a different person?" Gao Shui sized up the old patriarch. Her eyes were filled with surprise. This puppet technique can not only read the other party's memories, but it can also turn the other party into a puppet at your command. Fire Lotus smiled faintly. "So terrifying?" Gao Shui's gaze trembled. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, a purple figure appeared. Qin Feiyang also retreated to the side at the same time. He raised his head and sized up the figure. This was a young man in purple. He was about 1.78 meters tall. His facial features were handsome and his figure was straight like a pine tree. His long hair was tied together and he wore a purple crown. He exuded an extraordinary temperament. At this time, the young man was standing at the edge of a cliff at the peak of a mountain. His hands were behind his back, and there was a sense of arrogance between his brows. "Greetings, Lord." The old patriarch bowed. "It's you? Why are you looking for me?" Gong Zifeng raised his eyebrows. The old patriarch smiled flatteringly. This lowly one wants to ask, how did you deal with Gao Xiaolong? Hearing this, young Master Feng's face was filled with impatience. He waved his hand and said, don't worry, this young master will definitely deal with him. Gao Xiaowei was shocked. Listening to what you said, it seems like Big Brother is still alive? Fire Lotus quickly made a shushing gesture to Gao Xiaowei. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he secretly controlled the old patriarch. He looked at young Master Feng and asked in surprise, Lord, what do you mean by that? Gao Xiaolong is still alive? Young Master Feng's impatient expression had a trace of anger. What's going on? Didn't Lord say that dealing with a small Gao Xiaolong is as easy as flipping your hand? The old patriarch said. I already said that this young master will deal with him. Aren't you annoying? Young Master Feng shouted. Yes, yes, yes. With Lord's identity and status, dealing with a small Gao Xiaolong is not a problem. The old patriarch nodded repeatedly. Isn't that right? However, this Gao Xiaolong really exceeded this young master's expectations. Young Master Feng said, What do you mean? The old patriarch was suspicious. This young master invited him out last night to deal with him in one fell swoop, but he actually guessed that this young master wanted to harm him. Before this young master could make a move, he escaped. Young Master Feng said angrily. Then, have you found him yet? The old patriarch asked. Not yet. Young Master Feng shook his head. No, the old patriarch was stunned, and he hurriedly said, Lord, you can't let him return alive. Don't worry, he will never be able to return. Because he entered the Sky Dragon Sea. Young Master Feng sneered. That's good. The old patriarch nodded and sighed in relief. All right, after dealing with him, this young master will contact you. Don't send me any messages in the future. If my old man knows that this young master is doing this kind of thing, he will definitely not forgive this young master. Young Master Feng said. The old patriarch respectfully replied. Soon after, young Master Feng's shadow disappeared. Let's go to the Sky Dragon Sea. Qin Feiyang also immediately confiscated the old patriarch's image crystal, controlled the Black Tortoise realm, and broke through the sky. Fire Lotus asked doubtfully, Where is the Sky Dragon Sea? Qin Feiyang said, The sea at the end of the Sky Dragon mountain range is the Sky Dragon Sea, and it is also the largest forbidden area in the northern region. The largest forbidden area. Fire Lotus was shocked. That's right, in the old patriarch's memories, there is information related to the Sky Dragon Sea. The Sky Dragon Sea is boundless, and there are countless sea beasts. And the most terrifying thing is that in the Sky Dragon Sea, there is no way to open the altar, nor is there any way to send messages to the outside world. Qin Feiyang said. Unable to send messages? Then how did young Master Feng send us a message? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said, Then there is only one explanation. He did not enter the Sky Dragon Sea. He should be somewhere near the coast. If he doesn't enter the Sky Dragon Sea, how is he going to find Gao Xiaolong? Fire Lotus was puzzled. Qin Feiyang was helpless, lightly knocking Fire Lotus's head, saying, Are you stupid with his identity and background? Doesn't he have a few lackeys under him? Fire Lotus rubbed her head, thinking for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly. That's true. Gao Xiaowei suddenly spoke. Big Brother Jiang, there's something I can't figure out. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Gao Xiaowei, seeing her frown, confusion written all over her face. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Gao Xiaowei said, Young Master Feng's background is so big, ordinary things won't enter his eyes. How did the Guo family bribe him? 3,000 soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, 3,000 soul stones, this Guo family is really generous. Wait a minute. It's still not right. Gao Xiaowei shook her head again, pondering for a moment before saying, Big Brother Jiang, Sister Fire Lotus, think about it, 3,000 soul stones is indeed not a small amount to us, but this young Master Feng's family members are all famous figures in the Nine Heavens Palace. Would he lack this little bit of soul stones? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other, both frowning. Fire Lotus said, I think what Shall We said makes sense. It's my negligence. This young Master Feng's grandfather is the resource hall's hall master, controlling the entire Nine Heavens Palace's resources. Not to mention 3,000 soul stones, even 30,000 soul stones wouldn't be a problem for him. There must be a reason behind this. Qin Feiyang said. Did the old patriarch give young Master Feng other things? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said, I can confirm this. No, only 3,000 soul stones. Then that's strange. Fire Lotus was suspicious. It seems like we can only get the answer from young Master Feng's mouth. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. While the three of them were talking, the Sky Dragon Sea entered the screen. In the dark night, the Sky Dragon Sea didn't look any different from the Sky Dragon mountain range. A gentle breeze blew, waves splashed. It was very peaceful. Only a few sea beasts would occasionally rush out of the sea, letting out roars. It was hard to imagine that such a peaceful sea was the northern domain's biggest forbidden area. Pay attention. Qin Feiyang reminded, his gaze sweeping over the screen, not letting go of any place. Earlier, when they were communicating with young Master Feng, he was standing at the edge of a cliff. Perhaps he was on one of the nearby peaks. Since it was related to Gao Xiaolong's safety, Gao Xiaowei didn't dare to be negligent, carefully searching every corner. They were getting closer to the shore of the Sky Dragon Sea. Literature Hall. Chapter 1945. Finally, Fire Lotus seemed to have discovered something as she looked at a certain spot on the left side of the screen in surprise. There was a mountain peak that was about 1,000 feet tall. The peak of the mountain was covered with rocks and weeds. And on one of the rocks, there seemed to be a black figure standing. The distance was too far and she couldn't see clearly. Could he be Gongzi Feng? Noticing Fire Lotus's abnormality, Gao Xiaowei also looked over with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Why don't we go and take a look? Qin Feiyang smiled and controlled the Black Tortoise Realm to fly towards the peak of the mountain. So, the Black Tortoise Realm entered the sky above the peak of the mountain. The three of them took a closer look. If it wasn't Gongzi Feng, who else could it be? He was wearing a gorgeous purple robe that fluttered in the wind. He was like a son of God, showing off his extraordinary temperament. But at this moment his entire body was emitting a gloomy aura. It seems that not killing Gao Xiaolong has made him very angry. Fire Lotus whispered, For the sake of soul stones, he killed the innocent. One look and I can tell that he isn't a good person. Gao Xiaowei snorted. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Xiaowei and said indifferently, Actually, don't make it sound so bad. If it was your Gao family, you would also exterminate the Guo family. I won't. Gao Xiaowei said angrily. You won't, but your family will. Your brother Gao Xiaolong will too. Actually, everyone is the same. We all want to survive, but the methods are different. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaowei fell silent. She couldn't find a reason to refute this point. Fire Lotus glanced at Gao Xiaowei and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let's not talk about this first. Now that we have found Gongzi Feng, what should we do next? Qin Feiyang said. Late at night, in the sky above the heavenly Dragon Sea, two black figures flashed through the sky and landed on the peak of the mountain. They were two muscular men in black. They looked middle-aged and were more than 9 meters tall. Their upper bodies were bare and muscular, filled with a valiant aura. The aura they exuded was also extremely strong. They were two perfect war gods. However, there was no flame symbol of the Nine Heavens Palace on their clothes. Obviously, they were not disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. Young Master. The two of them landed on the mountain peak and bowed respectfully to young Master Feng. Gongzi Feng nodded. He looked at the two of them and asked, Have you found him? The two of them nodded. One of the muscular men waved his hand, and a young man covered in blood immediately appeared at Gongzi Feng's feet. Big brother, Gao Xiaowei shouted, her eyes filled with anger. That's right. The young man was none other than Gao Xiaolong. But at this moment, Gao Xiaolong's eyes were closed. Not only was his body covered in cuts and bruises, but one of his arms was also shattered. There was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen, and even his skull had been split open, causing blood to gush out. As for his life force, it was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Looks like there's no need to enter the sea of heavenly dragons. Qin Feiyang murmured. Outside, when Gong Zifeng saw Gao Xiaolong, a trace of viciousness crept into his eyes, and he ruthlessly kicked Gao Xiaolong in the chest as he sneered, "Bastard, I'll let you escape." But Gao Xiaolong was lying motionless on the ground, already unconscious. Gao Xiaolong looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Big brother Jiang, I beg you, please save my big brother, or he will really die." Qin Feiyang remained silent. Gao Xiaolong's heart was burning with anxiety, and she looked at Fire Lotus. "Don't worry." Fire Lotus comforted her softly. Outside, Gong Zifeng glanced at Gao Xiaolong, then looked at the two muscular men and asked, "Did anyone see him?" The Sea of Heavenly Dragons was right beside the Nine Heavens Palace. Thus there were many Nine Heavens Palace disciples training in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. No. The two of them shook their heads. "Very good." Gong Zifeng nodded, and a cold light flickered in his eyes as he ordered, "Kill him and destroy the evidence." The two of them responded respectfully and prepared to make a move on Gao Xiaolong. But at this moment, Gao Xiaolong, who was lying in front of them, disappeared without a trace. "Where is he?" The three of them were bewildered, and they immediately released their divine sense to cover the surroundings. The two muscular men looked at each other. There was actually no one? Damn it, who is it? Gong Zifeng was furious. He didn't expect that there would be someone else hiding here. Swish. Suddenly, the black-robed young man appeared beside the three of them. Gong Zifeng and the two muscular men immediately looked at the black-robed young man, and killing intent surged in their eyes. "The three of you, don't be angry, I don't mean any harm." The black-robed young man waved his hand and smiled. Gong Zifeng asked solemnly, "Are you the one who saved Gao Xiaolong?" The black-robed young man nodded. "For you, such a big dog egg, how dare you interfere with this Gongzi's matter?" Gong Zifeng shouted gloomily. "I am Wang Dachuan." The black-robed young man smiled faintly. "That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang." However, in order to not expose his true face, he came out to meet Gong Zifeng with the identity of Wang Dachuan. "Wang Dachuan." Gong Zifeng sized up Qin Feiyang, and when he saw the flame pattern on Qin Feiyang's clothes, he frowned and said, "You are also a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. Don't you know my identity?" "Of course I know. The grandson of the Resource Hall Master, the son of the two law enforcement elders, and your big brother and big sister are also monstrous existences. This identity is not ordinary." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gong Zifeng shouted, "Then you still dare to go against this Gongzi?" No. I am not going against you. On the contrary, I am here to help you." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Help me?" Gong Zifeng raised his brows. "Gongzi, this person's intentions are unclear. Please be careful." The two muscular men stood in front of Gong Zifeng and transmitted their voices with vigilance. Gong Zifeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then I am really curious. What do you want to help me with?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You have such a powerful family background, yet you are still doing such a murderous thing outside. I think you must have some hidden troubles." Gong Zifeng clenched his fists when he heard this, and the hostility between his brows intensified. Qin Feiyang said, "Based on my guess, it should be related to your family, right?" "You are investigating me?" Gong Zifeng said coldly. No. I have never investigated you. It is purely a guess. Actually, I don't know the real reason either. But you can tell me, maybe I can really help you." Qin Feiyang laughed. "With a mere low-level martial god like you?" Gong Zifeng's face was filled with disdain. "Even an ant can move an elephant," Qin Feiyang said. Gong Zifeng frowned and asked, "Then tell me, why do you want to help me? I don't believe that there is such a kind-hearted person in this world." "Of course, I have conditions. First, let Gao Xiaolong go. Second, I want to ask about a person," Qin Feiyang said. "I have already taken the Gua family's soul stone. If you ask me to let Gao Xiaolong go, aren't you asking me to break my promise?" Gong Zifeng said angrily. "We are all sensible people. Don't say, break your promise." Moreover, even if you don't care, what can a Mirgua family do to you? Qin Feiyang laughed. Gong Zifeng laughed and said, "You are quite an interesting person." Then the second one, "Who do you want to ask about?" Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang said, "What? You want to ask about Qin Badian?" Gong Zifeng was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "What is your relationship with Qin Badian?" Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Nothing much, I am just curious." Qin Feiyang smiled. Gong Zifeng sneered, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. In short, it won't do you any harm, right?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." Gong Zifeng nodded and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "This Qin Badian, I have heard rumors about him, but I don't know much about him. Maybe my grandfather knows more about him." Qin Feiyang said, "Then I will have to trouble you to help me ask around. You are looking for the wrong person. If you ask my brothers and sisters, there might be hope, but Gong Zifeng shook his head and laughed at himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said, "So, your relationship with your grandfather is not that good?" "Although on the surface, I have a powerful background, but in reality, my life is worse than a dog's. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to be an executioner for a mere 3,000 soul stones." Gong Zifeng sighed. "I would like to hear the details." Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and said. Gong Zifeng fell silent. After a long time, he sneered, "We are not that close. I can spare Gao Xiaolong's life, but you must make him keep his mouth shut. If this matter is leaked, not only will he die, but you will also die." Seeing that Gong Zifeng did not answer directly, Qin Feiyang was a little disappointed. He nodded and smiled. "All right, don't send any messages to the old patriarch. He is in my hands now. Let's go." Gong Zifeng looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then waved his hand and left with the two strong men. Qin Feiyang also entered the Black Tortoise world. "Wang Dishun," Gong Zifeng frowned along the way. "Gong Zi, why didn't you kill him?" Seeing that they were about to reach the Nine Heavens Palace, the two strong men couldn't help but ask Gong Zifeng. "He was able to save Gao Xiaolong in front of us without us noticing. Do you think he's a simple person?" Gong Zifeng raged. One of the strong men said, "He's just an ordinary disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. It shouldn't be that simple. When this Gongzi returns, I will investigate this person's background. You guys should return to the Sky Dragon City and hide. Wait for my orders. If this person can really help me, it might not be a bad thing." Gong Zifeng said, and a light flickered in his eyes. The two burly men responded respectfully, then opened an altar and left without looking back. Gong Zifeng turned into a streak of light and flew towards the stairway. Black Tortoise World Qin Feiyang had been following behind Gong Zifeng and the other two, so he heard their conversation clearly. Gao Shelui stood at the side, taking care of Gao Xiaolong with tears in her eyes. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and smiled. "Qin Dage, it seems like there's something fishy about this Gong Zifeng. I don't care about his matters. I just want to use all my connections to find out the reason behind the ancestors' disappearance." Qin Feiyang said. This time, he entered the ancient world to increase his strength and seek justice for the inner demons. On the other hand, he wanted to find the ancestor. Therefore, he would do anything. Looking at Gong Zifeng, he drove the Black Tortoise world and followed the two strong men to the Sky Dragon City. Chapter 1946. Outside the Sky Dragon mountain range, there was a vast plain. And on the plain, there was a huge city. The city covered an area of 1,000 li. Majestic buildings towered from the ground to the sky, exuding a magnificent aura. This was the Sky Dragon City. The Sky Dragon City had 4 city gates. Every city gate was heavily guarded, and the pedestrians who came and went had to be interrogated. The security was quite tight. Furthermore, a lifelike heavenly dragon was engraved on top of the city gates. Every stroke of the dragon contained an astonishing charm. Outside the city, in a dense forest, 2 burly figures appeared out of thin air. It was the 2 burly men. The Black Tortoise world also appeared with them. But because the Black Tortoise world was hidden in the void, the 2 burly men didn't know. Qin Feiyang monitored the two burly men and said to Fire Lotus, "Bring the siblings to the courtyard below and check on Gao Xiaolong's injuries. I'll follow them." Fire Lotus nodded. Gao Xiaowei immediately carried Gao Xiaolong and flew down behind Fire Lotus. Watching the three enter the courtyard, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile. Actually, he saved Gao Xiaolong for peace of mind. After all, the Gao family was exterminated because of him. And now, he successfully saved Gao Xiaolong, so he didn't let his conscience down. Outside, the two burly men walked straight to the city gate. Qin Feiyang had been following behind the two of them. Looking at their backs, there was a helpless expression on his face. These two men were perfect war gods. Their souls were extremely powerful. Unless they were willing, it was impossible to use the enslavement seal and puppetry art to control them. Puppetry art aside, let's talk about the enslavement seal. For a long time, the enslavement seal had been successful. But now it was useless. This made Qin Feiyang somewhat sullen. When they reached the city gate, the two burly men entered the city without looking back after they were interrogated. Qin Feiyang also easily sneaked into the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. On both sides of the street, there were many restaurants of various sizes. However, they were all of average quality. The two burly men did not go deep into the city. After walking for several hundred meters, they entered a very simple and unremarkable restaurant. There were only 5 floors in the restaurant. Other than the hall on the first floor, the 4 floors above were all rooms for accommodation. There were only a dozen or so tables in the hall, and only 2 or 3 tables were occupied. It was very quiet. "Sirs, you're back." A waiter from the restaurant greeted the two burly men with a smile. Clearly, these two people were already regulars here. "Send up 2 jars of wine and a few side dishes later." One of the burly men laughed. "All right." The waiter nodded and ran to the kitchen to make the arrangements. The two burly men followed him up to the 3rd floor, entered a room, and closed the door tightly. "After running around for an entire day, I'm exhausted." One of them collapsed on the bed and said tiredly, "That's right. The most important thing is that we finally found Gao Xiaolong, but he was rescued again." The other person sat at the table and poured a cup of tea. He shook his head as he drank. The burly man on the bed sat up and said with a frown, "Do you think young master was too careless this time?" "What do you mean?" The other person was startled. He put down the teacup and asked suspiciously, "That Wang Duchuan is only an initial martial immortal, but he said he could help young master. No matter how I look at it, I feel like he's just fooling us." The burly man said, "You can't say it like that. This person's strength is indeed nothing special. However, since he dares to stand in front of us and say such words, it means that he has confidence. Moreover, there's a good saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't underestimate anyone." The person sitting at the table said with a smile. He picked up the teacup and continued to drink. The burly man sitting on the bed pondered for a while and nodded. "That's true. However, our young master is really pitiful." "Shoo, you can't say such things carelessly." The burly man's expression changed and he hurriedly whispered, "What are you afraid of? There's only the 2 of us here. Who can hear us?" Although our young master is an illegitimate child and is a little arrogant, he usually works very hard. He's also very polite to us subordinates. How can such a good young man be treated like this by his parents and grandfather? It's too unfair." The burly man got down from the bed and walked to the table and complained with dissatisfaction. "There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Don't say any more. Be careful that the walls have ears. After all, this matter isn't very glorious. If it were to spread, who knows how many people would laugh at young master." The burly man drinking tea shook his head and sighed. Illegitimate child, black tortoise world. Hearing the conversation between the two, Qin Feiyang finally understood what was going on and didn't continue to listen. Because as long as he knew about this matter, he would be able to understand everything else. He's also a pitiful person. Entering the small wooden house, Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong lying on the floor in the main hall and asked, "How's his situation?" "His qi si is shattered," His sea of knowledge is shattered, his internal organs are almost all shattered, plus he lost a lot of blood. His situation is not optimistic. Fire Lotus said. What about his soul? Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus said, his soul is fine, but his divine sense has been overused. Big brother Jiang, I beg you, please save my big brother. Gao Xiaowei looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with tear-stained eyes. Her universe bag was destroyed and she didn't even have a single pellet on her. She could only watch helplessly. On Gao Xiaolong's body, there was no universe bag or universe ring. Obviously, it was either taken away by the two burly men. Either that, or it was destroyed during the fight with the two burly men. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaowei, then at Gao Xiaolong, and took out his universe ring. There were a lot of pellets inside the old patriarch's universe ring. After searching for a while, he finally found a spirit sea pellet, soul essence pellet, healing pellet, regeneration pellet, and bone replenishing pellet. Thank you, big brother Jiang. Gao Xiaowei received the pellets and squatted on the floor, putting them into Gao Xiaolong's mouth one by one. Fire Lotus also stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang asking, how is it? Qin Feiyang said, this Gong Zifeng is an illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? Fire Lotus was stunned for a moment, then said in realization, no wonder he did this behind his family's back. From the two burly men's words, it's not hard to tell that this Gong Zifeng is a good person. I think he was forced to do this because he had no other choice. After all, an illegitimate child is not well liked. Qin Feiyang said. Now I'm starting to sympathize with him. Fire Lotus smiled. Sympathize? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, in this world, there are pitiful people everywhere. If you sympathize with all of them, how can you handle it? But this person can be used by me. You want to subdue him? Fire Lotus was stunned and asked. Subdue? How would I have the mood to train him? Moreover, I don't have any plans to recruit him now. The two of us are just mutually beneficial. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, those fellows in the castle were already enough to give him a headache. No matter how many soul stones he had, it wouldn't be enough. Isn't that asking for trouble? Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else, lowering his head and muttering to himself. Huo Yan looked at him curiously for a while and said with a smile, are you thinking about something sneaky again? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, lightly knocking Fire Lotus's head, speechless. What are you thinking about all day? Fire Lotus rubbed her head, pursing her lips. Qin Feiyang transmitted, I'm thinking, can the Black Tortoise world sneak into Nine Heaven Palace without anyone knowing? You still want to sneak in? Fire Lotus said in a daze. Qin Feiyang thought, the assessment is really troublesome, and what I hate the most is trouble. I think it's better not to take the risk. Let's not talk about whether the Sky Stairway will notice the Black Tortoise world. Even if you use the Black Tortoise world to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace, it's not convenient to ask for information, because you don't dare to go out. Once you go out, your whereabouts will be exposed. You might even attract the attention of the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace. So I think it's better to take the assessment and enter Nine Heaven Palace openly. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang thought about it and felt that it made sense. If he really attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace, it would be more difficult to ask for information in the future. So, it's better not to alert the enemy. All right then, keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. I'm going to cultivate in the castle. When Gao Xiaolong wakes up, inform me immediately. Qin Feiyang transmitted. Fire Lotus replied in silence. Inside the castle, on the ground, there was a big pile of universe pouches as well as iron and jade boxes. These were all looted from the Gua clan's treasure vault. However, no one tidied them up? Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and the others. These guys were cultivating in seclusion. Even the white-eyed wolf, who had always been greedy for money, was indifferent. A change in personality? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. He thought that everyone had already cleaned up, but he didn't expect them to still be piled up on the ground. It seemed like he could only wait for Dan Wangkai to deal with it. But he didn't know how much Dan Wangkai had comprehended to become a god. Phew. Qin Feiyang exhaled and walked to the front of the altar. He grabbed a universe pouch and checked it. His face was full of helplessness. This universe pouch was specially used to store soul stones. In the past few days, he had obtained a lot of soul stones, but now, there were only a few dozen left. It was not enough at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and took out the remaining dozens of soul stones. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. However, although there weren't many soul stones left, everyone's cultivation had improved a lot. Everyone was working hard to become a war god, including the white-eyed wolf, Qin Rushuang Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Lei Bao. And the blood Qilin, who was already a war god, was trying his best to become a war god. Chapter 1947. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed outside. Inside the ancient castle, a whole year had passed. Qin Feiyang had already refined those soul stones, and he had to rely on himself to slowly condense his divine sense. Originally, he wanted to continue his seclusion, but Gao Xiaolong woke up. Inside the main hall, Gao Xiaolong sat on the chair in front of the tea table, looking around. A trace of weakness could be seen between his brows. He was awake, but his injuries had not fully healed. Gao Xiaowei sat beside him, taking care of him meticulously. As for Huo Yan, she sat quietly at the side. Shua. Qin Feiyang appeared in the main hall out of thin air. Gao Xiaolong immediately stood up, cupping his fists. I presume this brother is Jianghu Yan. Qin Feiyang nodded, sitting on the main seat, smiling. Sit down and talk. Gao Xiaolong returned to his seat, his face full of gratitude. Xiaowei has already told me everything, thank you brother Jiang. You're welcome. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, smiling. What do you plan to do next? Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists, speaking solemnly. Of course, I'm going to find the Guo family to take revenge. You're indeed a hot-blooded man, I can lend you a hand. Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Tell me? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, asking suspiciously, Brother Jiang, don't blame this little brother for thinking too much, we're not related in any way, why would you help us? Helping you is not without conditions. Qin Feiyang smiled. What conditions? Gao Xiaolong asked. Qin Feiyang said, I need to enter the Nine Heavens Palace. Enter the Nine Heavens Palace? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, frowning. With Brother Jiang's ability, entering the Nine Heavens Palace shouldn't be a difficult matter, right? Qin Feiyang laughed. That's hard to say, what if there's an accident? Moreover, I'm afraid of trouble, so I need someone to take care of it. I understand. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Brother Gao is indeed an understanding person. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm ashamed. Gao Xiaolong waved his hands and smiled wryly. To tell you the truth, I'm just an ordinary disciple in the Nine Heavens Palace. Even if I wanted to help you, I wouldn't be able to do much. I can only think of a way to give you some information so that you can prepare in advance. That's enough. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right, is there any mystery hidden in the heaven stairway leading to the Nine Heavens Palace? Brother Jiang, why do you ask? Gao Xiaolong was suspicious. I won't hide it from Brother Gao. I once disguised myself and tried to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace. However, the moment I stepped onto the first step of the stairway to heaven, the stairway to heaven sent out a warning. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaolong was dumbfounded and speechless. Brother Jiang, your guts are really big Since ancient times, you are the first person who dared to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace like this. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Gao Xiaolong's gaze swept over the courtyard outside, asking in a low voice, Brother Jiang, is it convenient to talk here? Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry, there's no place safer than here. Gao Xiaolong sighed in relief and whispered, I won't hide it from Brother Jiang. There is indeed a mystery hidden in the stairway to heaven. What mystery? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaowei also looked at Gao Xiaolong curiously. Gao Xiaolong said, the stairway to heaven is actually a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Qin Feiyang muttered. Gao Xiaowei was surprised and asked, Brother, what grade is the stairway to heaven? I don't know. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Other than a few big shots in the Nine Heavens Palace, no one else knows. However, there are rumors that the reason why our Nine Heavens Palace can stand tall in the northern region is because of the stairway to heaven, Gao Xiaolong said. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. If the rumors were true, then the stairway to heaven was definitely a heaven-defying divine artifact. No one knows how strong the stairway to heaven is, but there is one thing that all the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace know. That is, it can distinguish between the real and the fake. Thus, no matter how you hide, as long as you step on the stairway to heaven, your true self will be revealed. Gao Xiaolong smiled. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Gao Xiaolong continued, moreover, the stairway to heaven has another ability, which is to distinguish the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Gao Xiaowei was suspicious. Every disciple that enters the Nine Heavens Palace has to refine a drop of blood essence and merge it with the stairway to heaven. This drop of blood essence is equivalent to a medium. The stairway to heaven uses the drop of blood essence to determine whether someone is a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. Moreover, the entire Nine Heavens Palace is covered by a layer of divine force, and the stairway to heaven is the only entrance. Moreover, you can't fly above the stairway to heaven. You can only walk up step by step. Thus, it's impossible to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace. Gao Xiaolong said. You can't fly? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Nine Heavens Palace's defenses were really terrifying. Fire Lotus said, so, the only way to enter the Nine Heavens Palace is to take part in the test? That's right. Gao Xiaolong nodded. What kind of test is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The test is different every time, so I can't tell you anything. However, there is one thing that is the same every time, and that is, it's cruel and bloody. Gao Xiaolong said solemnly, and the expression in his eyes was solemn. How cruel? How bloody? Gao Xiaowei was curious. It's hard for you to imagine. Let me tell you this. Every time the Nine Heavens Palace recruits disciples, there are at least several 100,000 participants, but in the end, the number of survivors doesn't exceed 1,000. Gao Xiaolong said. What? Gao Xiaowei stood up, and her face was filled with shock. Several 100,000 participants, but in the end, less than 1,000 survived? What kind of concept was this? It was too scary. Actually, the Nine Heavens Palace isn't as beautiful as you think. Although you can get a lot of resources after entering the Nine Heavens Palace, the cruelty inside is even scarier than the test. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Gao Xiaolong sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled. This is normal, it's the same everywhere. Gao Xiaolong was stunned for a second, then he smiled. Brother Jiang can still maintain such a calm expression, looks like you've seen the world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a thought, an old figure appeared in the hall. It's him. Gao Xiaolong stood up, and hatred filled his eyes. That's right. The person who suddenly appeared was the old patriarch. Don't worry, he's now my puppet. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gao Xiaolong nodded in realization and sighed in relief. Qin Feiyang said, I'll let him accompany you to the Guo family. With him helping you, there shouldn't be any problems. Let the old patriarch kill the Guo family's people? Gao Xiaolong was stunned for a second, then he laughed loudly. Brother Jiang, this move of yours is really good, but I like it. Qin Feiyang smiled. As for the old patriarch, after you've taken your revenge, don't let him come back. Gao Xiaolong looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Gao doesn't understand what I'm saying? I understand, of course I understand. Gao Xiaolong quivered and quickly nodded, then he said, but he's a perfect combat god, wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? So what if he's a perfect combat god? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Gao Xiaolong's heart was in turmoil. Even a perfect combat god was so disdainful. Where did this person come from? At the same time, Qin Feiyang drove the Black Tortoise World out of the restaurant, then found a secluded place and sent Gao Xiaolong, Gao Xiaowei, and the old patriarch out. In this way, only Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were left in the main hall. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin, I thought you'd personally deal with Guizixiong? People who want to achieve great things don't have to do everything personally, they have to plan and plan. Not to mention, he's just a jumping clown, there's no need for me to personally deal with him. Qin Feiyang laughed. So narcissistic. Fire Lotus grumbled. But, you have to hurry up and settle your matter. Qin Feiyang said again. What matter do I have? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. Departed spirit barrier breaking pellet. Now that we have the departed spirit flower, we're still missing the Yin soul wood, death god fruit, and 9 yang lightning fire. When the sun rises, let's go to the city and see if we can find these 3 things. Qin Feiyang said. Thank you, Qin, you're really a good person. Fire Lotus looked gratefully at Qin Feiyang. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed. Perhaps only in this woman's eyes, he was a good person. Sky Dragon City in the morning was very quiet. A man and a woman were walking slowly on a street. They looked around with curiosity in their eyes. It was Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus was still wearing a mask as usual. Although her face could not be seen, her tall and sexy figure attracted strange gazes. Qin Feiyang was no longer in disguise. He was wearing a pure white robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. There was a faint smile on his face, and he gave off a warm and amiable feeling. As the sun rose, the streets gradually became lively. Brother, may I ask, is there any place to trade in Sky Dragon City? Qin Feiyang caught a middle-aged man in a hurry and asked with a smile. Place to trade? The middle-aged man sized up Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, and said, Is this your first time in Sky Dragon City? Brother, you have good eyes. We siblings are new here and know nothing about Sky Dragon City, so I hope you can give us some pointers. Qin Feiyang smiled. I don't dare to give you pointers. In Sky Dragon City, there is only one place to trade, and that is the Treasure Pavilion. If you need anything, you can go to the Treasure Pavilion. How do I get to the Treasure Pavilion? Qin Feiyang asked. Follow this road and walk for about 500 miles. When you reach there, you can ask anyone and you will know the location of the Treasure Pavilion. The middle-aged man said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. No need. The middle-aged man waved his hand and hurriedly left. 500 miles should be the center of Sky Dragon City. Let's go there quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled and led Fire Lotus down the road. 500 miles. For a mortal, even if they didn't stop and rest, it would still take a few days. But for Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, this distance was nothing. So, they entered the center of the city. The center of the city was even more lively and prosperous. The restaurants were also extremely grand and luxurious. Qin Feiyang asked someone and soon stopped in front of a huge building. It was an ancient hall with a total of 10 floors. The door was grand and imposing. There were guards on both sides, and the 2 guards were perfect war gods. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. On top of the door, there were 2 large words that looked like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, emitting an intimidating aura. Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 1948. It's really impressive. Even the guards are perfect war gods. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. Yes. The backer of this treasure pavilion is definitely not simple. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The 2 walked side by side towards the door. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He stopped and turned his head to scan the pedestrians on the street. What's wrong? Fire Lotus secretly asked. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I feel a familiar aura. Familiar aura? Fire Lotus was stunned. She suspiciously looked around and secretly asked, Could it be Dong Jinyang and the others? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze was locked on a spot more than 10 meters away. There was a hint of surprise on his face. There stood a young man. He looked about 18 or 19 years old. His height was also more than 1.8 meters. He wore a fiery red robe. His long hair was also red like fire. Looking at him, his entire person was like a ball of fire. The man in the fire robe stood in the crowd. He was also silently looking at the door of the treasure pavilion. Who is he? Fire Lotus followed Qin Feiyang's gaze and secretly asked. I've never seen him before. But I don't know why, but he gives me a sense of déjà vu, and although his aura is somewhat familiar, it also gives me a sense of strangeness. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Suddenly, the man in the fire robe seemed to have sensed something and also looked towards Qin Feiyang. That pair of eyes also seemed to be condensed by flames. It gave people a faint burning feeling. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The moment he looked at the man in the fire robe, an indescribable throbbing appeared in his heart. Where have I seen him before? However, the flame-robed man didn't reveal any emotion to Qin Feiyang. He was very cold. He only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and walking into the treasure pavilion. Fire Lotus watched the man enter the treasure house and asked in a low voice, Could it be an illusion? It shouldn't be. Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes flashed as he strode into the treasure pavilion. Fire Lotus followed closely beside him. The first floor of the treasure pavilion was dazzling with gold and jade, and the space was extremely large. Transparent counters were neatly arranged, and various iron and jade boxes were placed within them. These metal and jade boxes were of different sizes. They were all made from the best materials, and the workmanship was very exquisite. There was no doubt about it. The contents of these boxes were definitely the items that the treasure pavilion was going to sell. Although these boxes were all tightly shut, it was impossible to see what was inside. But beside each box, there was a label. It recorded the relevant information about the box. For example, the label beside one of the jade boxes said, Flying Dragon Sword Technique, Low-Grade God Technique, 100,000 God Crystals. There was also a label beside one of the metal boxes that said, 10,000-Year Blood Ginseng, 1,000 God Crystals. And on the other side of the counter, there was a long metal box. The label beside it said, Raging Flame Blade, Low-Grade God Weapon, 100,000 God Crystals. In short, every item here had a clear price. Qin Feiyang led Fire Lotus, curiously looking at the labels on the counter while paying attention to the flame-robed man. The flame-robed man looked here and there, as if he was strolling aimlessly. Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage, look at these low-grade God weapons and low-grade God techniques. Why are they all so cheap? Every low-grade deity art and low-grade deity artifact only cost 100,000 deity crystals. One had to know. These divine items would be priceless treasures in the Great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. But here, they were being sold in public. And they were so cheap. Qin Feiyang laughed inwardly. After all, this is the ancient world. Such low-grade god weapons and god techniques are worthless. What about these herbs? Look at the red flame glass tree recorded here, and it's even 10,000 years old, and it's only 500 god crystals? And the 10,000-year blood ginseng I saw just now, it's only 1,000 god crystals. Fire Lotus said. The things here are indeed unimaginably cheap. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. For example, the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the red flame glass tree were all priceless precious herbs in the Great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at a jade box, and the label beside it said, Universe Ring, 10 million God Crystals. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Fire Lotus was also dumbfounded. A universe ring actually cost 10 million God Crystals? Oh my God. Was this a joke? The value of a universe ring was 100 times that of a low-grade divine artifact? No wonder even the Gao family and the Gua family, which had perfected war gods, had so few universe rings. Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang murmured. What? Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the green universe ring on Fire Lotus's finger and said in a low voice, Can you give this universe ring back to me? Thinking that he had given away 10 million god crystals, he couldn't help but feel pained. Fire Lotus was slightly dazed and immediately protected the universe ring and snorted, Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang smiled wryly and thought, I'm just kidding, but you'd better put away the universe ring first and not attract too much attention. The universe ring was a symbol of status. Fire Lotus looked around, and when no one was looking, she secretly took off the universe ring and put it in her pocket. Fire Lotus, that person is going to the second floor. Let's follow him. Qin Feiyong suddenly grabbed Fire Lotus and walked towards the staircase on the second floor. The man in the red robe had already gone up the stairs. On the second floor, it was also a spacious hall. Rows of transparent counters were arranged neatly. Inside the counters, there were also iron and jade boxes of various sizes. And just like on the first floor, every item had a price tag. Qin Feiyong and Fire Lotus went up to the second floor. Compared to the crowded and noisy first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Qin Feiyong glanced around the hall. There were about 1,000 people in the hall. There were still a lot of people, but not everyone was making a ruckus. So, Qin Feiyong saw the man in the red robe in front of a counter not far away on the left. Just like before, he was looking around, giving people the impression that he was really here to have fun. Qin Dage, do you have to care so much about someone you don't know? Fire Lotus frowned and said. Qin Feiyong was startled, then smiled wryly and said, "You're right, I'm too stubborn." Why did he come to the treasure pavilion this time? To collect the soul wood, the god of death fruit and the 9 suns thunderfire. But now, he had forgotten the purpose of this trip because of a stranger. How embarrassing. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and looked around separately with Fire Lotus. The items on the second floor were a level higher in quality and value than those on the first floor. The items on the first floor were basically the lowest level divine arts and divine weapons, as well as some ordinary herbs. But the items on the second floor were all middle-grade divine weapons and divine arts. The medicine rooms, such as the spiritual infant fruit, fortune fruit, mysterious ingrass, and so on, were also common. However, after searching the entire hall, he still couldn't find the soul wood, the 9 suns thunderfire and the god of death fruit. Moreover, not only the undead barrier-breaking pellets ingredients were missing, the divine soul pellet, divine force pellet, divine life pellet, heavenly dust divine pellet, for symbols limitless pellet, and dragon soul primordial spirit pellet were also missing. Qin Dage, come here. Fire Lotus's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyong's mind. Qin Feiyong looked around and saw Fire Lotus standing in front of a counter in an inconspicuous corner, waving at him. Did she find it? As soon as Qin Feiyong thought of this, he hastily strode over. Fire Lotus pointed at a jade box on the counter and said with a smile, "This thing should be very helpful to you." Qin Feiyong looked down. The jade box was the size of a palm, dim and covered in a layer of dust. It's still gray? Qin Feiyong was stunned. The fact that there was dust meant that no one had touched this jade box for a long time. And even the staff of the treasure pavilion didn't care much about it, otherwise they would have cleaned it every now and then. What good things could there be in a jade box that even the staff didn't care about? Qin Feiyong was a little suspicious. But why did Fire Lotus say that the things inside would be very helpful to him? Qin Feiyong looked at the label next to the jade box suspiciously. The label was also covered in a layer of dust. However, when he saw the contents of the label, he immediately froze, his eyes full of disbelief. Chaos Divine Art, a legendary secret art, has a heaven-defying power, allowing the original body and the inner demons to become one, doubling the strength. This secret art is indeed extraordinary, but in this world, no one can cultivate it. What a pity! A sigh suddenly sounded beside Qin Feiyong and Fire Lotus. The two of them were startled and turned their heads to look, only to see the man in the flame robe standing behind them. At this moment, he was looking at the label next to the jade box, shaking his head and sighing. "Hello, both of you." The man in the flame robe also retracted his gaze and looked at the two of them with a smile. Qin Feiyong nodded. The man in the flame robe asked, "The two of you are looking at this chaos divine art. Could it be that you want to buy it?" "That's what I mean." Qin Feiyong smiled. Indeed, as the man in the flame robe said before, this chaos divine art was a legendary secret art, which had the ability to allow the original body and the inner demons to become one. And after the fusion, the battle strength would soar several times. Could be said that this was a supreme secret art. But there were restrictions. This chaos divine art could only be cultivated by people with the inner demons. On the other hand, if one didn't have the inner demons, even if they obtained the chaos divine art, it would be meaningless, like a piece of scrap paper. When the man in the flame robe heard Qin Feiyang's reply, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, could it be that you have the inner demons?" Inner demons. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the jade box, a trace of unconcealable sorrow in his eyes. Fire Lotus secretly sighed and sent a voice transmission. "Qin Dage, this person came to talk to you for no reason. His purpose is definitely not simple. Don't expose any flaws." Qin Feiyang secretly replied and restrained his emotions. He turned to look at the man in the flame robe and shook his head with a smile. "I don't have the inner demons." That's true. A person with the inner demons can't become a god. And brother's cultivation is at the initial stage of the war god realm, so naturally you can't have the inner demons. However, since you don't have the inner demons, why do you want to buy this chaos divine art? The man in the flame robe was curious. Literature Museum. Chapter 1949. Fire Lotus raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, "It's our business if we want to buy it. What does it have to do with you?" The man was stunned and hurriedly cupped his hands. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me. If there's nothing else, go away. Don't bother us." Fire Lotus waved her hand impatiently. Yes. The man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled meaningfully. "Brother, please take a good look at the label. There's a lot going on." With that, he turned around and left without looking back. Label? Qin Feiyang looked suspiciously at the man's back, then lowered his head to look at the label again. Fire Lotus also glanced at the label and snorted. "I didn't see anything fishy at all. He must be bluffing. Qin Dage, don't listen to his nonsense." "No." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Look at the price tag on this label." "Price tag?" Fire Lotus looked down again and her expression froze. There was actually a 0 on the label. In other words, the Chaos Origin Divine Art was given for free. "Qin Dage, what's going on?" Fire Lotus was puzzled. Although there were very few people in this world who had inner demons, this was a legendary secret technique after all. No matter what, the treasure pavilion wouldn't give it away for free. Qin Feiyang said, "It looks like the Chaos Origin Divine Art is given for free, but it might actually be a trap." "A trap?" Fire Lotus was stunned. "According to my guess, the treasure pavilion might be using the Chaos Origin Divine Art as bait to lure out people with inner demons." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus was surprised. "According to what you said, aren't you in danger?" "What danger am I in?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "You have inner demons." Fire Lotus thought. That was in the past. Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons were already dead. Even if he obtained the Chaos Origin Divine Art now, it would be meaningless. His intention to purchase the Chaos Origin Divine Art was purely to keep it as a souvenir. Fire Lotus was stunned for a moment before she transmitted her voice. "Qin Dage, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up." "It's all right." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at a staff member not far away. He smiled and said, "Come here." The staff member ran over and smiled at the two of them. "Young master, young miss, is there anything you need?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Is this primordial chaos divine art for sale?" "Chaos Origin Divine Art." The staff member was stunned. He sized up Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and said, "Could it be that the two of you have inner demons?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus shook their heads. "Then I'm sorry. We only sell this Chaos Origin Divine Art to people with inner demons." "No, it's a gift. It's a gift to people with inner demons." The staff member smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang frowned. The staff member smiled and said, "This is an order from the higher-ups. We subordinates don't know." "All right." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The staff member smiled and left. Fire Lotus suddenly spoke again. The staff member stopped and turned to Fire Lotus. He asked, "Young miss, do you have any other orders?" Fire Lotus said, "Do you have Een Soul Wood, Death Fruit, and 9 Yang Lightning Fire?" Een Soul Wood, Death Fruit, 9 Yang Lightning Fire. The staff member thought for a while and shook his head. The second floor doesn't have these. You can go to the third floor. If you don't have them on the third floor, then you can only go to the auction house. The auction house is underground on the first floor. Got it? Fire Lotus nodded. The staff member left. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It seems that this Chaos Origin divine art is hiding something. Yes. But why did that person remind us? Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look at the hall. There was no trace of the man in the fire robe. Where did he go? Fire Lotus's face was also full of suspicion. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Qin Feiyang said, "He might have gone to the third floor. Let's go there and take a look." Fire Lotus nodded. The two turned and walked to the third floor. Qin Dage, he was so kind. Was it too much for me to treat him with such an attitude? Fire Lotus lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. It's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The third floor." Apart from the hall, there were many more rooms. These rooms were specially set up for the distinguished guests of the Treasure Pavilion. With the VIP rooms, the hall was naturally much smaller. It wasn't even half the size of the first and second floor. Similarly, there were only 100 people on the third floor. But without exception, those who dared to enter the third floor were all people with status, power, or wealth. Among them, there were a dozen or so disciples of the 9 Heaven Palace. They were all war gods and above. This was really like the saying, war gods were as common as dogs. But on the third floor, Qin Feiyang didn't see the man in the fire robe. But he didn't deliberately look for him. He took Fire Lotus and wandered around. The items on the third floor were of a higher grade than the items on the second floor. For example, divine arts were all high-grade divine arts. Divine weapons were also high-grade divine weapons. Qin Feiyang hadn't seen many herbs before. Among them were the herbs for the Divine Life Pill, Divine Power Pill, and Life Pill. However, every single one of them was ridiculously expensive. The Divine Life Pill had 9 herbs in total. The Life Pill and Divine Power Pill had 5 herbs each. And the cheapest herb was 100,000 divine crystals. The most expensive herb was even 1,000,000 divine crystals. Qin Feiyang said, "Great-grandmother, don't cultivate for now. Help me count the Gua family's treasures. I might need them later." Tan Tai Li responded. She woke everyone up and started to get busy. Qin Feiyang walked around for a while and couldn't help but frown. Other than the herbs for the Divine Life Pill, Divine Power Pill, and Life Pill, there were also some herbs for the Dead Spirit Barrier Breaking Pill, Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, for Symbols Limitless Pill, and Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. It seems that I can only go to the auction house. Qin Feiyang muttered and was about to take the Fire Lotus to the auction house. But at this moment, a familiar figure came up the stairs. It was the man in the fire robe. But seeing Qin Feiyang, the man in the fire robe just smiled and walked into the hall. He walked to a counter and asked the staff member with a smile, "Do you accept dragon's blood here?" As soon as the voice sounded, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Dragon's blood. Everyone looked at the man in the fire robe in unison. Qin Feiyang was about to go downstairs, but when he heard this, he immediately stopped and turned to look at the man in the fire robe. The staff member was also a little confused. "Do you accept it or not?" Seeing that the staff member didn't answer, the man in the fire robe asked again with a smile. Yes. The staff member came back to his senses and quickly nodded. He looked at the man in the fire robe and asked, "Young master, what kind of dragon's blood is it? Is it essence blood or ordinary dragon's blood?" The man in the fire robe said, "It's not essence blood, just ordinary dragon's blood. As for what dragon's blood it is, it's none of your business." Ordinary dragon's blood? The staff member was stunned and shook his head. "Then I don't want it." And the others also showed a trace of disappointment on their faces. Hearing this, the man in the fire robe shook his head disappointedly and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang was now standing at the door of the third floor. Just as the man in the fire robe passed by him, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and he reached out to stop the man in the fire robe. "Brother, what's the matter?" The man in the fire robe was stunned and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Brother, can I have a word with you?" "Sure. I happen to be going to the auction house. Why don't we go there and talk slowly?" The man in the fire robe asked. "My pleasure." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Please." The man in the fire robe stretched out his hand and smiled. "Please." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and went downstairs with Fire Lotus. "Wait." But suddenly, a young man ran out of the hall and called out to the three. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped and turned to look. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall. He had a shifty-looking face, but there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man's chest and his pupils shrank slightly. There was a flame pattern on this person's clothes. This meant that this person was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. The man in the fire robe smiled and asked, "Is there something you need?" The young man ran in front of the man in the fire robe and said with a flattering smile, "This one is Pengyan, may I know brother's name?" The man in the fire robe was stunned and looked up with a smile. "It's rude to ask for a name as soon as you come up." Pengyan was stunned and smiled apologetically. "This one is rude, please forgive me." "It's fine. Just say what you need." The man in the fire robe laughed. Pengyan looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and said, "Is it convenient?" Seeing this, Qin Feiyang tactfully took Huolian and turned around to walk towards the second floor. The man in the fire robe looked at the two of them and said to Pengyan, "Can you say it now?" Pengyan said in a low voice, "May I ask, brother, do you really have dragon blood in your body?" "Of course." The man in the fire robe nodded. Pengyan curiously asked, "Then where did you get this dragon blood?" The man in the fire robe frowned. Pengyan smiled. "Brother, what do you think? I'll use 10 soul stones to buy this information from you." 10 soul stones? The man in the fire robe was stunned, then shook his head and turned to go downstairs. 100 soul stones. Seeing this, Pengyan hurriedly said, but the man in the fire robe just shook his head and smiled, completely ignoring him. Pengyan was anxious and angry and said angrily, "Brother, don't be ungrateful, do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace." "So what?" The man in the fire robe smiled faintly. "You?" Pengyan was a little angry. He stepped in front of the man in the fire robe and said in a deep voice, "Don't be so shameless. Get out of the way." The man in the fire robe raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "What if I don't?" Pengyan looked at the man in the fire robe with a provocative face. The man in the fire robe frowned, and the atmosphere gradually became serious. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were also standing at the stairs, looking at the arrogant Pengyan with a trace of disgust in their eyes. Literature Museum. Chapter 1950. Fire Lotus secretly said, "This person is so annoying." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "But he is also a smart person." "Smart?" Fire Lotus frowned. Why was she praising him instead? Qin Feiyang laughed. To be able to think of so many things from a drop of dragon blood, if this isn't smart, then what is? Think of what? Fire Lotus was suspicious. "Then what do you think I want to do with this person?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "I haven't thought about it." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Actually, I also want to ask him about the origin of the dragon blood. Think about it, the dragon blood in his body can't have appeared out of thin air. It must have been obtained from a divine dragon. And although ordinary dragon blood doesn't have much attraction to everyone, a real divine dragon is something that everyone will covet." Qin Feiyang laughed. "So that's how it is." Fire Lotus nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang continued, "Of course, a divine dragon is more valuable to us." "What do you mean?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. The first medicinal ingredient of this pill is the divine dragon's soul. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus was shocked when she heard this, and secretly said, "You want to hunt a divine dragon?" Qin Feiyang laughed. If there is such an opportunity, I will definitely not let it go. Hunt a divine dragon. Fire Lotus's heart was in disbelief. This guy really dared to dream. Qin Feiyang said, I really hope that the divine dragon this person knows is a perfect war god. Why must it be a perfect war god? Fire Lotus was puzzled. Because the dragon soul needed for this dragon soul primordial spirit pill must be at least a perfect divine dragon soul. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's getting crazier and crazier. Fire Lotus shook her head. A perfect war god divine dragon was only one step away from becoming a half-step divine lord. The flame-clothed man and Peng were still in a deadlock. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, and pushed Peng away, saying, You're not done yet, are you? You dare to push me? Peng looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Who do you think you are? So what if you're a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace? You don't even dare to push? Don't take yourself too seriously. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and ignored Peng. He looked at the flame-robed man and said with a smile, Brother, let's go. The man in the fiery robe laughed and strode down. Qin Feiyang also turned around and left. From beginning to end, he never looked at Peng again. Bastard, bastard, this is unforgivable. Peng was so angry that he gritted his teeth and smoke came out of his head. As a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, he was actually disregarded and humiliated by two nameless people? This was intolerable. Boom. He raised his fist and swooped down, aiming for Qin Feiyang and the flame-clothed man. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this person was smart, he was not tactful at all. Stop. This is the treasure pavilion. No one is allowed to mess around. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to make a move, a staff member ran out and shouted at Peng. Peng stopped abruptly, his face turning green and red. Qin Feiyang did not make a move. He followed the flame-clothed man and walked to Fire Lotus. Peng shouted, The three of you, listen carefully. This time, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Fire Lotus said with a smile, I really can't tell. How big of a background do you have? I don't have any background, but there's someone whose name can scare you to death. Peng sneered. Qin Feiyang and the other two stared blankly for a moment. They looked at each other before turning their heads to look at Peng, who was standing on top of the stage, showing off his prowess. The flame-clothed man laughed. This is interesting. Then, tell me, who is this person? Feng Zijuan. Peng said word by word. Feng Zijuan. The flame-clothed man's pupils shrank when he heard this name. Qin Feiyang noticed the change in the flame-clothed man's expression. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Who is this Feng Zijuan? How could he make this person change his expression? Are you scared? Peng sneered at the three of them. Ha, scared, of course I'm scared. Who in Sky Dragon City doesn't know Feng Zijuan's name? But even if it's Feng Zijuan, he can't be so domineering. The man in the flaming robe laughed out loud. He turned around and walked to the first floor without looking back. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and quickly followed. Preposterous. Just you wait. Peng roared and also ran to the first floor. Auction house. Located in the basement of the first floor, there were a total of 2 floors. The first floor was the auction house hall. The second floor was the private room. After the flame-clothed man entered the auction house, he directly brought Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus into private room number 9. The space of the private room was not big, about 5 to 6 meters, but the decoration was very luxurious and very expensive. The flame-clothed man pointed to the chair beside the tea table and said with a smile, Please sit. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus sat side by side on a double chair and looked outside. In front of them was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, one could see the auction house outside clearly. At this moment, on the auction stage stood a white-clothed woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but the aura she emitted was extremely terrifying. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, she should be comparable to Uncle Yuan. In other words, this woman was a half-step divine lord, and in front of the white-clothed woman, there was a long metal box. Inside, there was a 3-foot-long battle sword. Although the battle sword had not awakened, but from the sharpness it released, one could tell that it was a supreme-grade divine artifact at a glance. The people around the auction stage, as well as the people in the private rooms on the second floor, were all competing to bid. There's a good saying, there's no evil businessman. Generally, precious things will be auctioned here by the treasure pavilion. So, if you want to find good things, you have to come here. The flame-clothed man said with a smile as he brewed tea. Qin Feiyang nodded and retracted his gaze. Looking at the flame-clothed man, he cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Jiang Haoyan, and this is my sister, Fire Lotus Jiang. Brother, I wonder if you can tell us your name? Hui. Hua as in flame, E as in easy. The flame-clothed man smiled. Hu, Qin Feiyang muttered. This name was also very unfamiliar. It seemed like he had never seen this person before. Hui poured 2 cups of tea and retreated to the front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. It should be the first time you two have come to Sky Dragon City. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui held the teacup and took a sip. Sky Dragon City is a place where dragons and snakes mix together. You two must be careful in the future. Thank you for your concern, Brother Hua. Brother Hua, may I ask who this Feng Zijuan is? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. This Feng Zijuan has a great background. I wonder if Brother Jiang has heard of the 9 Heavens Palace's Resource Hall Master. Hui asked. Resource Hall Master? Isn't that young noble Feng's grandfather? Wait, young noble Feng? Feng Zijuan? Could it be? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He smiled at Hui. I've heard of him. Hui said, this Feng Zijuan is the Resource Hall Master's grandson. As expected, Qin Feiyang muttered inwardly. The two of them were blood brothers. Moreover, this Feng Zijuan should be the big brother that young noble Feng mentioned. Not only does Feng Zijuan have a powerful family background, but he also has extraordinary talent. Do you know his cultivation? Early Divine Monarch Realm. Hui said. So strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Early Divine Monarch Realm was even more terrifying than Yuan Bo. Because of his strength and background, many disciples in 9 Heavens Palace want to curry favor with him. That Peng In just now should be one of them. Hui said. Qin Feiyang asked. In other words, this Peng In is looking for information on behalf of Feng Zijuan? That's right. Hui nodded, then shook his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about your purpose of looking for me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Hua is such a smart person, you should have thought of it. It's just as I expected. Hui smiled and pondered for a moment before saying, I can tell Brother Jiang the whereabouts of that divine dragon, but Brother Jiang has to agree to one condition. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, I wonder if Brother Jiang knows about 9 Heavens Palace's disciple recruitment? I know a thing or two. Qin Feiyang said. Then, does Brother Jiang want to enter 9 Heavens Palace? Hui asked. I have this thought. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui smiled. That's good. My condition is that when the time comes to participate in the assessment, Brother Jiang can help me. You also want to enter 9 Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui smiled and said, who in my generation doesn't desire a cultivation holy land like 9 Heavens Palace? That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, saying help is too polite. We should take care of each other and support each other. Hui was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. Yes, 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 we should take care of each other and support each other. Qin Feiyang said, then, the matter of the divine dragon? Hui said, in the depths of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, there is a place called Black Dragon Lake. There is a black dragon hiding there. I obtained this dragon blood from it. Black Dragon Lake, Black Dragon, Qin Feiyang murmured, asking, how is its strength? Very strong. Half-step Divine Monarch Realm. Hui said solemnly. Good. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. A half-step Divine Monarch Realm Dragon Soul had already surpassed the minimum requirement of the Dragon's Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction and frowned. Brother Jiang, you're not going to hunt it, are you? It depends on the situation. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if he found the divine dragon, he still lacked two other herbs, the dragon god flower and the primordial spirit lotus. Thus, he was not in a hurry to hunt the divine dragon. Moreover, a half-step divine monarch realm divine dragon was not so easy to hunt. While the two were conversing, the auction of the battle sword outside had also ended. The final price was 30 million divine crystals. A supreme-grade divine artifact was only sold for 30 million divine crystals. This made Qin Feiyang somewhat speechless. It seemed that supreme-grade divine artifacts could only be considered average in this Sky Dragon City. The next treasure to be auctioned, I believe many people will not be unfamiliar with it. The white-clothed woman standing on the high platform smiled faintly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a palm-sized purple flame appeared out of thin air. Looking at the purple flame, Qin Feiyang immediately became spirited. At the side, Fire Lotus's eyes were also suffused with a scorching light. Chapter 1951. The purple flame floated in the air, emitting a dazzling divine light. An astonishing heat wave instantly enveloped the entire auction house with the auction stage as the center. Everyone felt as if they were in a sea of fire, sweating profusely. Moreover, there were traces of lightning power flickering on the flame. This was the Nine Suns lightning fire. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were quite excited. They didn't expect to encounter this kind of extreme yang fire. I believe that everyone knows the value of this Nine Suns lightning fire even without my special introduction. The starting price is 2 million divine crystals. The highest bidder wins. The auction begins now. The white-clothed woman on the stage smiled. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. Immediately, the people in the auction house began to bid wildly. Especially the private rooms on the second floor. Listening to their tone, a large number of people were determined to win. I didn't expect to encounter the Nine Suns lightning fire. Hui Yi looked at the purple flame and exclaimed. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. He calmly turned to look at Hui Yi and asked with a smile, "Brother Hua, don't tell me you also want this Nine Suns lightning fire?" Hui Yi was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I do want it a little, but there is a good saying, a gentleman does not take what others love." "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled gratefully. Hui Yi asked suspiciously, "But I'm a little curious. What does Brother Jiang want this Nine Suns lightning fire for?" Qin Feiyang asked, "I wonder if Brother Hua has heard of the undead barrier breaking pill?" "Undead barrier breaking pill?" Hui Yi was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this kind of pill." "Never heard of it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "Then what about the life pill, divine power pill, divine life pill, heavenly dust pill, four symbols infinite divine pill, and dragon soul primordial spirit pill?" Hui Yi was stunned when he heard these pills. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "Brother Hua has never heard of them?" "I'm familiar with the God's soul pill, God's power pill, and God's life pill because the treasure pavilion has them. But this heavenly dust divine pill, four symbols infinite divine pill, dragon soul primordial spirit pill, this is the first time I've heard of them. Dare I ask Brother Jiang, what kind of medicinal pills are these?" Hui Yi said, "This is the first time you've heard of it?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Originally, Qin Feiyang thought that such a terrifying place like the ancient realm would definitely have all kinds of medicinal pills. However, he didn't expect that Hui Yi actually didn't know. Didn't this mean that the ancient dimension didn't have these pill formulas? Qin Feiyang asked again, "Then the potential pill, what about the potential pill?" "Potential pill? Potential pill?" Hui Yi stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head. "I've never heard of it either." It seems that even the ancient realm doesn't have some of the pill formulas in the pill scripture. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Fire Lotus thought, "Is there any information about these pills in the old patriarch's memories?" Originally, I thought that it might be because the old patriarch's status wasn't high and he didn't know about these pills. But I didn't expect that the ancient realm doesn't have them at all. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus smiled and said, Then this is a business opportunity. Business opportunity? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Think about it, if these pills were to spread out, how many people would come to snatch them? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly and sent a voice transmission. Even though it's true, it's a crime to possess a treasure, and it'll similarly bring about a calamity of death for us. That's true. Fire Lotus nodded and said, but you're not the only one who knows about these pill formulas. Don't forget that Mu Tianyang and the others are also in the ancient realm. Until now, there have been no rumors about these pills. I think Mu Tianyang and the others also understand this and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang said. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, Hui became more and more curious. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Jiang, you haven't finished speaking? What kind of pills are those? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang smiled. Not sure? Hui was skeptical. But he was also a smart person. If the other party didn't want to say, it would arouse the other party's disgust. So, he chose to remain silent. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Brother Hua, do you know the specific effects of the Nine Suns lightning fire? Since the ancient realm didn't have the undead barrier-breaking pill, the Nine Suns lightning fire must have other effects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a crazy scramble. The Nine Suns lightning fire is a fire of extreme yang. It's the nemesis of evil things. Existences like the undead are most afraid of this kind of fire. And on this continent, there are countless evil things, so the Nine Suns lightning fire can be considered a divine item to ward off evil. However, the biggest use of the Nine Suns lightning fire is actually alchemy. Hui smiled. Alchemy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The Nine Suns lightning fire can be used as a pill fire. And compared to an ordinary pill fire, using the Nine Suns lightning fire to refine pills will not only yield twice the result with half the effort, but the quality of the pills refined will also increase by several times. So, the people participating in the auction are basically alchemists. Hui explained. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, I won't hide it from Brother Hua. In fact, I'm also an alchemist. Alchemist? Hui was slightly taken aback and blushed with shame as he said, then this one really misjudged. I'm just an ordinary alchemist, not worth mentioning. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile. Brother Jiang is too modest. Although I don't know anything about alchemy, I still know that an alchemist who is interested in the Nine Suns lightning fire is not an ordinary person. Hui said with a smile. When Fire Lotus heard this, she covered her mouth and said with a smile, Brother Hua, you really know how to flatter people. Flatter? Hui smiled and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang sized up Hui and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shook his head and said, Little sister, he's not flattering me. This isn't flattery? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Brother Hua is reminding me that many of the people bidding for the Nine Suns lightning fire have status and status. He's telling me to think twice before acting. Qin Feiyang said. When Fire Lotus heard this, she looked at Hui suspiciously and asked, Is that so? But in the face of Fire Lotus's question, Hui only smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Hui and patted Fire Lotus's hand, indicating that she shouldn't ask any more questions. Then he looked at the auction outside. While they were talking, the price of the Nine Suns lightning fire had already risen to 20 million divine crystals. Almost no one in the auction outside made a bid, because this price had already exceeded the limit of what they could bear. At present, only the people in the private rooms on the second floor continued to bid. Those who could enter the private rooms, whether it was strength or financial resources, definitely far surpassed the others. Looking at the skyrocketing price, Fire Lotus was a little anxious. She secretly said, Qin Dage, if it really doesn't work, can we think of another way? She knew about Qin Feiyang's situation. He had just entered the ancient world and didn't have many divine crystals on him. Such a high price was really too difficult for him. Don't worry, I'll do what I can. Qin Feiyang secretly comforted her and said, Great-grandmother, have you checked? Tentai Li's voice sounded in his mind. Then how many divine crystals do we have? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. We have more than 2 million. Tan Tai Li said. It's far from enough. Qin Feiyang secretly sighed. More than 2 million was not even enough to make up a fraction. As for divine weapons and divine arts, they are of the lowest level and have no value. But there are a lot of medicinal herbs and pills. For example, divine soul pill, divine power pill, divine life pill. We have all the medicinal herbs for these pills. Tan Tai Li said again. I know. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang secretly said, then lowered his head and pondered. The price of the 9 suns lightning fire was still rising. He didn't know what the final price would be. So even if he sold all the treasures he plundered from the Guo family, it would definitely not be enough. As for himself, he had given away most of his divine weapons. He didn't have anything valuable. Then, only pills like potential pills were left. But once these pills appeared, there would be endless trouble and even a bloody storm. What should he do? Seeing that Qin Feiyang hadn't made a bid, Hui smiled and said, Brother Jiang, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Hui. Why do you want to help me? We can meet several times in a day. Now, we're even sitting here, drinking tea and chatting. This is fate. Hui said with a smile. Huolian raised her eyebrows imperceptibly and sent a voice transmission. Big Brother Qin, isn't this person too enthusiastic? What do you think? Qin Feiyang secretly said. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, I do need to take precautions. First, he reminded him not to buy the Chaos Origin Divine Art on the 3rd floor. Just now, he secretly reminded him not to compete with others for the 9 suns lightning fire if he didn't need it. And now, he was actually going to help him. Frankly speaking, even he couldn't stand Hui Yi's enthusiasm. It wasn't that Hui Yi really had ulterior motives. Perhaps this person was really warm-hearted. But after a long time of scheming, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. It was never wrong to be cautious. I have a total of about 100 million divine crystals here. If Brother Jiang doesn't mind, you can take it. Hui Yi took out a fiery red universe ring that looked like it was made of lava and placed it on the tea table. 100 million. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were shocked. 100 million divine gems was an astronomical figure to them. Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage, you have to be careful. They had just met by chance, but he actually gave them 100 million divine crystals. There was definitely something fishy going on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Brother Hua, if you have any needs or conditions, you can tell me directly. Conditions? Hui Yi shook his head and said helplessly, Brother Jiang, you think too much of a person's heart. How can there be so many schemes in this world? I just want to help Brother Jiang because we feel like old friends at first sight.